see clearly how we all play a role in the agricultural sector, the investments, the farmers' relationship, the farm's investments, and of course the future of the agricultural sector in general. But my duty here today is not to regale you with diction and my voice from the radio. My name is Shedrack Igo. I am the business manager for the Beats and Classic FM here in Abuja, and I will be your MC for today. But before we get started, it's only proper that for an occasion of this nature, our conveners, welcome you properly. But the person who's about to do just that is not just a convener. She is a managing partner at AgriConnectX and the AFI funds. Please, ladies and gentlemen, if you're not too busy, put your hands together as we welcome on stage Dr. Toyosi Obasanjo.
Let me put this down a little. Good morning, everyone. I want to start by thanking everyone who is here, who's come early, and apologize for the delay. This is our first time doing this in Abuja, and we were a little nervous about, going away from Lagos and doing this, but seeing your faces and seeing the turnout at this time has been very, very gratifying, and we really appreciate all of this. So thank you so much. Thank you for making the time. Thank you for taking the space out of your busy schedule to join us today. I want to also specially thank our keynote speaker, Ambassador Abimbola Wonosiko, who is representing General Adamu Garba, head of the counterterrorism unit. Please give a round of applause for her, please. And thank you very much, ma'am, for joining us. So I'm supposed to give the welcome address and thank all of you for being here. But apart from welcoming you to this occasion, I also want to introduce what AgriConnect is about. We started in 2024, and the idea behind this was to bring different people from different industries to talk about food security, because our hypothesis, our thought is that if you eat, you should be part of the conversation on food security and agriculture. We should not leave it to only farmers, we should not leave it to only government to deal with this problem. If you are a pastor, if you are in finance, if you are in tech, if you're a human being, you should be part of that conversation. And that when we bring different people into a room, we are able to come up with new innovative ideas and solutions to this problem. So when we started in 2024, we had people from Microsoft, MTN, farmers, FMCGs, and banks be part of that conversation. And that has grown from events to a community and to a fund where we are now going to be providing grants and capital access to startups and farmers. So I just want to say thank you again for being part of this event and being part of our community. As far as we're concerned now, you are part of us. And we hope you have a good time, you learn, you are inspired by everything you hear today. I would encourage that, with each panel session, you ask questions. There'll be time for Q&A, and we would love to hear from you. We would love to hear your feedback. That is how you learn, that is how we learn. So please ask the panelists questions. You can share the YouTube link to your friends, other people that you think might be interested in this. We have our social media as well, where you can communicate with us if there are any suggestions or anything else that you think we need to know about. I think I've overdone my time here, so I'm just going to skedaddle. But thank you again for being here. I am so, so, so grateful for every single one of you. And I hope we are on this journey of making Nigeria a more food secure nation together. So thank you.
Please, one more time, put your hands together for Dr. Toyosi Obasanjo. It's interesting the conversation we're having, especially when it comes to AgriConnect. X Summit. And the tag itself, the theme, and of course the bullet points it needs to buttress on, it's such a grand and a profound conversation because it affects literally so many sectors. Whether you're a young person, a Gen Z looking to save money or invest and looking for the best ROI options, agriculture, real estate, and whatever, or you're a government representative looking for whatever it is you could do as an initiative or support, you are all involved in the conversation. Let us not even talk about the farmers directly. But still representing the conveners for his opening remarks to buttress further on what I just mentioned, the essence of the theme for this year, which is
getting to the farm or to the supermarkets, getting to the farm or to the supermarkets or to the markets, and the prices have gone high. Because food is not only about what's on our plate, it's about our livelihood, jobs, health, and social stability, and ultimately national security. Nigeria is a country with enormous agricultural potential. And we have the land, we have the people, we have the youth, we have the market, especially we have the market. And we have to be honest with ourselves. We cannot talk about food security, right, if we continue to treat agriculture as a silo. When farmers cannot safely access their farms, that's a security issue. When food becomes unaffordable, that's an economic issue. When rural communities lack the opportunities to develop, that's a developmental issue. And when young people see there is no future in agriculture, that's a national issue. These challenges are all connected, and the solutions should be connected as well. So this is where AgriConnectX comes in. AgriConnect really, it's a platform for connection. So AgriConnect, we connect farmers to market, we're connecting businesses to capital, connecting innovation with investment, connecting research with commercial opportunities, connecting governments and the private sectors and developing partners, and most importantly, connecting ideas to action. Ladies and gentlemen, the world is changing. Climate pressure is affecting production. Global distribution can affect supply chain, and nations are increasingly recognizing that food is strategic. Today, I don't want us to just discuss or have a regular dialogue and talk about what we already know, but what are we going to do when we leave this room is what I want us to take away. What connections, what opportunities are there, what collaborations can we do? We've been talking about agriculture, food insecurity for a long time, but what actions are we actually taking? And I'm hoping this dialogue today would help us, connect the dots and help promote to see how Nigeria can be resilient in being able to feed ourselves and not being vulnerable. A country that cannot feed itself is vulnerable. So that is the notes I want us to kind of take away from here and start acting. With that, I want you all to just have an open mind, ask questions. I don't want it to be, don't be diplomatic about the questions you're asking. It could be uncomfortable, but I want us to have those disagreements and those type of dialogue, because it's in those disagreements, those dialogues that we actually see solutions that we can act on. So again, welcome to the AgriConnectX, the Abuja Dialogue. Food security is national security. God bless Nigeria.
Please, one more time for Mr. Temire Bob Egbe. I like the fact that he says, don't be diplomatic with the question, be very direct. So we can ask him, certain things from the agricultural sector, whether it's investments or whatever. It is also quite important to point out that while we talk about this dialogue and, how we somewhat rough shoulders in these conversations, there are primary issues within the sector that are a major concern when it comes to the economic angle, when it comes to the national security angle, and so much more. And there are individuals who behind the scene have been doing quite a lot to possibly prevent some of these challenges. And when it's not preventable, they try to handle it as best as possible. Coming in today as our keynote speaker, and indeed a very special guest, is someone from the Counterterrorism Center. I'm talking about none other than the Director of Preventing and Countering Violent Extremism. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are able, please put your hands together as we welcome for her keynote and special address none other than Ambassador Abimbola Wonosiko MNI. Please put your hands together.
Good morning, everybody. I am delighted to be here. I am representing my national coordinator, Major General Adamulaka, who is on another assignment. He would have loved to be here because he's an agriculturist and loves farming, and also the head of the counterterrorism unit. So he has a dual cap. So I'm here. I am the Director of Preventing and Countering Violent Extremism, and I will be reading his keynote. So everything you hear from me, they are actually the words of my national coordinator. So once again, good morning, everybody. To the convener of AgriConnectX Summit, government official present here, CEO, managing directors, stakeholders, and partners, as well as delegates. So I welcome you this morning. It affords me immense pleasure to be present at this year's AgriConnectX Abuja Dialogue. I appreciate the coordinator or organizers for the invitation and the opportunity to deliver this keynote as a subject that is fundamental to Nigerian peace, prosperity, and resilience. I also bring greetings and goodwill of the National Security Advisor, Madam Nuru Rebadu Ebenai. Let me begin by commending AgriConnectX for the commendable work it has continued to do in bringing together policymakers, farmers, agribusinesses, financial institutions, development partners, researchers, innovators, and young entrepreneurs to shape the future of agriculture in Nigeria. I also commend the choice of this year's theme. Food security is national security, indeed. Looking around this hall, I particularly am impressed by the diversity of experts present here. We have leaders, officials from the federal government, the private sector, academia, development institutions, agriculture, finance, technology, and security. This is exactly how complex national challenges should be addressed, through collaboration, because no single institution or sector has all the answers. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, for me, today's theme is particularly interesting because I view it from two perspectives. As someone who has an interest in agriculture and whose professional responsibility centers on national security, I have come to appreciate that the distance between agriculture and national security is much shorter than many people imagine. Food security is no longer merely an agricultural issue. It is a strategic national imperative. Food insecurity fuels inflation, poverty, and unemployment, disrupts food chain, weakens rural livelihoods, and creates vulnerability that violent extremists and criminal groups readily exploit. In the security sector, we have witnessed how insecurity prevents farmers from accessing their lands, disrupts agricultural production, raises food prices, and weakens rural economies. At the same time, economic hardship and declining livelihood creates conditions that facilitates recruitment into violent extremists and criminal groups. The relationship is therefore cyclical. Insecurity undermines food production, while food insecurity can itself become a driver of insecurity. Protecting agriculture is therefore an investment in peace, economic stability, and national resilience. Recognizing this reality, the Office of the National Security Advisor, under the leadership of Malam Nuru Rubadu, MNI, continues to promote a whole of government and a whole of society approach in national security. One practical demonstration is the inclusion of the Federal Ministry of Livestock Development and other relevant institutions in the National Counterterrorism Center's ecosystem. Consequently, the National Counterterrorism Center work extends beyond coordinating kinetic operations alone. We are equally focused on addressing conditions that create opportunities for insecurity. One important area is the regulation of fertilizers and precursor chemicals. While fertilizers are indispensable to agriculture, some of their components can be diverted for the manufacture of improvised explosive devices. Equally, adulterated fertilizers reduce yields, degrade our soils, and threatens long-term food security. To address this dual challenge, the Center has, in partnership with the Ministry of Finance, Incorporated, recently acquired specialized fertilizer testing and analysis equipment. This is to enable us to test fertilizers' quality, detect adulteration, improve farmers' yields, and preserve soil health. It reflects our conviction that strengthening food security and strengthening national security must go hand in hand. The Center also recognizes that sustainable peace requires resilient communities. Accordingly, we have partnered with the International Institute of Tropical Agriculture on the Seed of Hope project, an agricultural livelihood initiative to support victims of terrorism through improved access to quality seed and farming opportunities. I am pleased that 6 states have already embraced this initiative. We believe that every farmer empowered and every livelihood restored is a direct investment in national security. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, government cannot do this alone. The private sector, development partners, financial institutions, researchers, innovators, and civil society all have indispensable roles to play. This is why AgriConnectX deserves commendation for creating a platform that promotes collaboration, investment, and innovation across Nigeria's agricultural sector. I therefore call on all actors to support the AgriConnectX in this good work. As we discussed today, I encourage all of us to move beyond traditional solutions. We must continue to invest in agricultural technology, climate-smart farming, research, mechanization, value chain, and support rural infrastructure. At the same time, we in the security sector remain committed to creating the secured environment necessary for agriculture and agro-businesses to thrive. On our part, the Office of the National Security Advisor and the National Counterterrorism Center will continue to ensure that our security policies support agricultural development, protect critical food system, and create an enabling environment for farmers and investors. Let me once again commend the organizers for convening this important dialogue. It is a privilege not only to participate, but also to learn from distinguished experts assembled here today. I have no doubt that the discussion and partnership that emerge from this forum will contribute significantly to strengthening Nigeria's food security and, by extension, our national security. Thank you very much. May God continue to bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Please, one more time, put your hands together for Ambassador Abimbola Wonosiku MNI. That was a very detailed speech, and more importantly, she buttressed a number of initiatives they are already taking to handle a lot of things. Remember, of course, she's the director of preventing and then countering violent extremism from the Counterterrorism Center, representing General Adamu Garba Laka here today. Distinguished guests, we have a presentation shortly from one of Nigeria's biggest ambassadors of agriculture, I dare say. Do we have the projection ready? Okay. All right, so we'll come back, I'll circle back to that very quickly. But we'll get straight into crux of the matter for today, and which is our panel session. Mr. Temiri had already highlighted, feel free to ask your questions on a number of scales. There's a reason why these conversations need to happen. So in no particular order, I'm going to call on members from the first panel here today. If you had access to the barcode to get our program for today, you already know our first panel focus. But just in case you don't, the first panel is focused on data as the new fertilizer, predicting food shocks before they happen. Back in the day, or should I say in ancient times, we relied on dreams and interpretations to know when there would be famine and when to gather food in silos. But thankfully, we've gone past that era now. And there are ways to actually do so, from information available from satellites, AI computations and predictions, early warning systems, even NEMA, amongst many others, including NIMET, the Meteorological Society, all come together to ensure that farmers, investors, and I dare say in the bigger picture, the SMEs and the country can predict, so to speak, what the agricultural impact on the GDP for a year just might look like. It is a big conversation indeed. So I'm going to be calling on people who will do justice to this matter. First on the list is someone who is a big advocate for the agricultural sector. She's popularly known as your favorite farm girl, and of course is a farmer and an agribusiness leader, a media entrepreneur, and a founder of Royal Sheaves Farms and Operation Feed the Nation. Her work advances smallholder farming, climate-smart agriculture, food security, agribusiness training, and public awareness across Nigeria. And amongst all these wonderful things, she's also the head of operations at Royal Chiefs International, I beg your pardon. Please join me, ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome one of our key members of the first panel session, as well as the moderator for the session. Please put your hands together for Hattie Kekereku. Please, let's keep clapping till she gets here. Welcome. If you know anything about the agricultural revolution across places like the UK and America, you will know that they take very serious pride in the work in the farm and when they need to be in front of camera to discuss. So she came prepared for the conversation today. Thank you so much. To join her, of course, for this conversation, and I want to be very focused on leading women in these sectors, because after I came across Thrive Agric, I was quite impressed with what they've been doing. I want to call on our next guest to join her on the panel session for the first line of conversations. And she is a senior financial manager at Thrive Agric. She is a chartered accountant, a financial controller at Thrive Agric, with nearly a decade in experience in financial control, investment analysis, and financial systems. She manages portfolios worth tens of billions of naira annually and has led automation initiatives that improved reporting accuracy and efficiency. She previously also worked at Brickstone Africa. So if there's someone who has back-end and front-end and projection data, this is definitely someone to reckon with. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Seun Ojokedion. Please, let's keep clapping till she gets here. When they say the future of finance is digital, you would understand. She came with just one laptop, one phone. Some of us came with 2 backpacks, but let's leave that alone for another time. I want to introduce someone who has been, or at least the brand and body he is with, has been a part of a lot of us growing up. Phrases like, Madam, na fishy cost, or everywhere you go, or what are we doing today, has been a mantra for a brand that has been very immersive of the Nigerian agricultural, youth development, sports, as well as talent development in Nigeria. So it is with a very deep sense of respect and appreciation that I want to welcome to join this panel session the head of the public sector and corporate segments at MTN Nigeria. He develops solutions for diverse customer needs, an extensive experience in engineering, planning, and business management, as well as commercial operations. Holds a degree from the University of Lagos and from Cranfield School of Management, and also supports mentoring, leadership, development, and career management programs. Ladies and gentlemen, from MTN, please welcome Mr. Akimbolejo Onabolu. It's a pleasure, sir. Sometimes people invest in sectors, they forget that some other people are noting the offices and portfolios they've handled. So when you start reading it, they get a little bit confused. Without any further delay, I would like to bring on stage our final speaker who will be joining this panel session. And he is someone still from the financial aspect, but from the Affex Fair Trade. He is a managing director and a leading commodity trading expert in supply chains, sourcing, warehousing, and market development. With nearly 2 decades of agribusiness and commercial experience, this man has aggregated over 300,000 metric tons of commodities. He holds degrees from the University of Ilorin and Nexford University with further executive education certificates. So if you needed to know exactly what capacity Nigeria storage can provide, this is someone who can speak to that with authority. Please, ladies and gentlemen, one more time, please welcome for this panel session, Mr. Kamaldeen Raji. I think we can do better than that, please. Welcome. So Hattie, I will hand over to you for the moderation, and in between, we would have the question and answer engagement. Please enjoy.
Good morning, everyone, and my co-panelists. Pleased to meet you. Good morning. So my first question will be going to the MD of AFEX. Yeah. AFEX. So I'm seated here not just as a moderator, not just as a guest at the summit. I'm seated here as a farmer as well. So my questions are going to be coming to you as a farmer who is affected by most of what we'll be talking about here. All right. So AFEX publishes outlooks that call price movements and production shortfalls ahead of time, and you trade on that judgment. You are penalized commercially when you are wrong, yet the same shocks still arrive as surprise in national policy. Is Nigeria's problem a data problem, an ownership problem, or a will problem?
Yeah. Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Eti.
Yeah.
Wow. So I'll start by saying, the Yoruba people will say, "Iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ níṣẹ́ ilé wa, ẹni tí ò ṣiṣẹ́ ajale." So agriculture is the preoccupation of our forebears. And whosoever is not into it, maybe in one way or the other, you might not be doing primary production, you might not be doing the immediate packaging, but processing or some other things. And we believe from the Yoruba part of Nigeria that if you are not farming, if you are not doing something substantial, you probably end up doing the other things that the law enforcement officers will be looking for you. So the problem of Nigeria is not the absence of data. It is how to harness all the data that we have in Nigeria, because today we have data in silos. Okay. The Ministry of Agri has a set of data that they work with. The banking sector, who are farmers friendly, like Sterling, they have a data set that they work with. The private sector, like AFEX, we have data that we work with. It's the harnessing of this that can give us a robust position about what we call data that can help agriculture. We may not be able to do what we do today. Processors will be looking at what the market will say, what the production is like, to be able to position their business and know what to buy at what time. If we check very well, let's take, for example, check the maize value chain in Nigeria very well. And you'll see that the major users across, maybe flour mills and all of those, you see that nobody has that capacity to hold what they will need for 1 year. But they'll need to move with the trend of the market. So whenever they are in the market, it affects the demand for the household consumption. So when they are seriously looking for commodities, when, let's say, between October, November, December, January, you see that there's a very large volume of commodities in the market. Maize, soybeans, and some others. You see that the price is very friendly. At that point in time, you see when a tomato farmer is just harvesting, you see how much a basket will be, maybe 2,000. But after like 4 months, you see that nothing is available. Then like 3 or 4 bulbs will be like 4,000 naira, thereabout. So you are looking for more of it. So they will need to buy at that point in time. And that's what we produce locally in Nigeria, is for us to be able to meet up with processors' needs, because they need their machines to continue to work. And at the same time, to meet up with household consumption. If we balance this data very well, we'll be able to solve for all the problems across. We have the data. Nigeria has the data. Some of us have worked on this data, and we've been able to recommend position across ministries, across active stakeholders in this sector. And the reason for this is for us to have a prosperity that we can share around. That is, if a farmer is producing now, how do you manage to produce and meet up with your demand, your household demand? If a farmer is selling today, how would you be able to sell to the best platform where you have the best price for whatever you are selling per time? So all of this needed to be harnessed to be able to have a very good data set that can help Nigeria as a nation, that can balance our table beyond just balanced diets, but give us a prosperity that we can all share and be very proud of. Thank you.
A prosperity that we can all share and be proud of. Okay, I think I like that. But like I said, I'm a farmer. And I deal with a lot of locals and a lot of local farmers. Most of these things sound very beautiful on paper, beautiful policies, but it doesn't get to us. It doesn't get to them. All right, before I get to my next question, I'm still coming back to you. Before I get to my next question, the Tribe Agric and head of MTN, these are the communication people. Fertilizer nurtures a crop, right? But misapplied fertilizer burns the soil. So if we're having too much fertilizer, we as farmers, we know what it does to the soil, we know what it does to the crop. So if data is indeed the new fertilizer, are we actually using it to nourish the farmer on the ground? Or are we just building very pretty charts for executive boards? That's something I want us all to consider here. So this question is to Sean from Tribe Agric. Tribe Agric holds yield history, repayment behavior, and farm level records across thousands of farmers. What early signs show up in your data before they show up anywhere else? And does anyone outside your organization ever ask you for them? Because a farmer like me, incidentally, I don't ever get to ask for that data from Tribe Agric. So you'll be considering me and millions of other farmers that don't ask for that data.
All right, thank you. As Kamal mentioned, the data definitely exists. For example, we know the prices of tomatoes in rainy season.
Yes.
We know how it skyrockets and then what it is. So the data exists. We know, like even the normal day-to-day human being knows the movements in the seasons and how it affects prices of things in the market and all of that. But on our end, some early signs of data or some early signs that we see because of data, it spreads around the whole value chain from land preparation to harvest. So amongst farmers, there's something called the first rain. And the first rain is what gives them the push to start land preparation. We've noticed a shift in the first rain in previous time. Nowadays there's a shift. So from there, we are getting information. So if the first rain usually comes in February, they can start land preparation. Now the first rain is coming in April. We know that our harvest is going to be later than when it used to be.
Yes.
So that's from at that point of land preparation, we're already picking on data. So if depending on when the land preparation starts, and then there is the input distribution. Sometimes you see that farmers are coming to come and pick up inputs late. It's also a signal to when harvest will happen. Why are you coming to pick input late? Do you have any reason? Like, what is the reason behind you coming to pick input late? There's also the fact that sometimes we see a farmer that has worked with us for years. We know that this farmer usually collects inputs for 1 hectare. And now you're coming to take inputs for 0.5 hectares. So you're reducing your liability per se. So we push to say, what is the reason for this? So these are the data. We gather data in smaller sources. We know that you usually collect this amount of input. Why are you reducing the input you're collecting? There's also the fact that we share input distribution in cycles. So we have the first input distribution, we have the second input distribution. After the farmer gets the first input distribution, there's a way your farm is supposed to be before we give you the second input distribution. So if we're giving you seeds, we are supposed to see some sort of sprouting on the land before we give you second input distribution. So if we see the first one and we go to the farm with our field officers around are going to the farm and they're saying that the yield or the crops are not doing as well as they should, we are also gathering that data to know what's the plans going forward. So it's across the whole value chain, the land preparation, from the land preparation to the input distribution to the field monitoring. That's how we gather data and everything. And this data now feeds our decision making, basically. Then for the second question of for who collects this data, as you've said, we've not had farmers come back to us collect data from us, but we've had our input suppliers. An example is OCP. We worked with OCP to prepare a specific fertilizer blend for some of our farmers, NPK to be precise, because we noticed that the generic NPK was not working for some of our farmers. So we have input suppliers asking us for data to see how the inputs have affected yield, on what they can improve, on how they can improve their inputs. We've also worked with development agencies, knowing how they can support the farmers. For example, if we can see that a farm season that was supposed to get about 4 yields per hectare, based on the monitoring and everything, we are seeing that it will maybe give us 2 tons. Thank you. 2 tons per hectare. At that point, we are saying, what can we do better? How can development agencies come in to help the farmers? Then we also have our off-takers, as Kamal had mentioned, because the off-takers are the final users, the FMDGs and the like. They need to produce goods that the everyday man uses. So if at the point of still in the middle of the farming season, we are saying that there might be a glut in maize, they need this information to know how they can plan their processes too.
Okay. In answering your questions now, amongst the data you mentioned, I didn't hear anything about any climate shock. Do you guys have any?
Preparation. The fact that
besides the first rain thing, because the first rain stuff affects land preparation, and that's for perhaps northern states and western states. Okay. I'm in the south. We really don't depend on first rain and things, because it's always raining, and our soil is soft, unlike in the west and in the north. So if we are expecting some kind of data preparing us for any shock, we are possibly expecting that, there's a flood coming, or humidity, we are expecting humidity to be extra high this time around, extra low this time around. So does Thrive Agric, or do you collect such data, or is your data just around inputs and off-takers?
We collect data across the whole value chain, but the data we collect is basically from our farmers. So we are collecting data tailored to our farmers, and our farmers are mainly in the north. So that's why the land preparation thing, as simple as it may be, it's a really big deal for them in this area.
And
yes.
so we don't have issues where this climate affects the nature of pests that we're expecting, because sometimes with the very high humidity, we're having like very high fungal infections for the crops, and then we are spending more on fungicides, and so.
Yeah, so I think I should have explained my field monitoring part well.
Oh, all right.
Because at the point where we're doing the field monitoring, we visit the farmers at least every 2 weeks.
Okay.
We see all these things, but because we are across the whole of the northern part of Nigeria,
okay,
what is affecting a farmer in Pambegwa might not be affecting a farmer in Manufashi.
Yes.
So we try to structure the data collection according to the area.
The area, okay.
Farmers, yes. But
so
we also give such advices. If we've also something else we've also had to do because of data we've gotten, was to support dry season farming.
All right.
Towards in the northern area, it's usually the biggest farming season in the rainy season. Mm-hmm. Is the wet season farming. Okay. But we've had to work with farmers so that they can continually having yield all year round, farming season all year round. We've really worked with farmers with irrigation around to ensure dry season happens. Okay. Dry season farming.
All right, perfect. So I think the solution for the whole late rain is irrigation, basically. Yeah. Okay, so Mr. Hakeem Bulecho from MTN. MTN can put a message in front of tens of millions of Nigerians, including farmers, no dashboard will ever reach. So let's be concrete here. What does it cost per farmer per season to deliver an alert that is in the right language, on the right channel, and trusted enough to change a planting decision?
Thank you very much for that. So what does it cost per farmer, right language, etc.? First of all, thank you everybody for having me here. I'm actually doing a lot of learning, so I'm taking a lot of notes, and I'm just hearing, even from the keynote speaker, silos, data in silos, not storage silos, by the way. We'll come back to that later. In terms of the cost of messaging to a farmer, I don't think it's the naira and kobo problem, a 4 naira, a 6 naira problem for millions of farmers. First of all, you even need to know the farmers and know where they are. And that cost is everything before you get to the farmer. That's where the cost really is. And let's take a look at some of them. So if you look at the infrastructure, you farm in the Niger Delta, are all of the farms covered with network coverage? I don't think so. So there's first of all a cost for coverage, there's a cost for connectivity, there's a cost we all miss also. Farmers need to have the devices to be able to communicate. Everybody just assumes everybody has a smartphone because you sit in a room here and everybody around you has a smartphone. Penetration is probably somewhere about 50%. And that's for people like me that have 2, people like you that have 2. So imagine that going out. So there's a cost for that infrastructure. We've talked about data, having the right data. What message am I even sending to the farmer? That message has to be somewhere. It has to be collated. You know, all of this infrastructure are big costs. And then you come to the data itself. I mean, she's talked about data on farmers. I mean, I love the insights you brought from humidity, fungal infections for plants or fungus. There's so much, there's data everywhere, but it's about making sense of it. And I mean, you get the wrong data the first time, you send the farmer the wrong data 3 times, he's not going to listen the 4th time. That's a huge cost. And then you have a trust issue. Why should I trust this data? Who is sending me this data? Where is it coming from? MTN sent you a message, you open it, or they tell me too many stories. You know, Thrive Agric is sending you a message. Perhaps you trust that more as a farmer. So the question is, who brings all of that together? And how do you bring all of that together to then make sense for the farmer? Yeah, so additional costs, data, infrastructure, and then even the behavior. How do we consume things now? How do the farmers consume information? I think he said it. These are subsistence farmers are not used to getting information from digital sources. So how do we start to change that behavior? And really, finally for me, it's just the ecosystem readiness. How ready is the ecosystem? Everybody in that value chain that we've spoken about, those are where the costs really, really lie. And once we can address all of those together, I mean, I don't think it's one person, it's not MTN sending the messages. I need to know the farmers, we need to know what we're sending to them, they need to have coverage, they need to have the right devices, they need to have the right financing, the information needs to be useful to them. That is the real cost of providing those messages. We can send SMSs, that's not the problem. But if I send you a farmer a message about rainbow, it doesn't mean anything to you. It has to be specific, it has to be language, nuanced also. So I think that is where the cost really lies. Thank you.
So who bears that cost? The farmer, MTN, or the government? Or who do you think should bear that cost?
Who do I think should bear the cost? Who benefits from it?
The farmer.
So we start, we look at it, let's look at it again. So the farmer benefits from useful information.
Yes.
In terms of yield.
Yes.
Less waste. Who else benefits? The government
nation.
benefits.
Yes.
The government benefits because there's food security.
Yes.
Who else benefits from this? The input providers benefit because then they're more targeted, they can engage better, they can sponsor programs. Who else benefits? The banks that finance. Everybody's benefiting from this thing. The off-takers are benefiting, aggregators are benefiting. Ultimately, it's you see where I'm going to with this is that this is building resilience.
Yes.
This is like a resilient system. So really, who should pay for it? We're talking about food security here. Yes, and I think I saw national security somewhere. Yes, food security is national security. I know security has no vote. You can spend any amount on security. But the question really is that, so this infrastructure is for everybody. Okay, who pays for our roads? It has to be everybody. It has to be communal. It can't be one person to pay. As we say in Yoruba also, that means it shouldn't be too much on one side. So I think it's a communal thing for everyone.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm still with you. I have one direct question for MTN.
Yes.
We often describe telecommunications as critical national infrastructure.
Yes.
If food security is truly national security, should digital connectivity for farmers now be considered agricultural infrastructure? And if your answer is yes, what responsibility does that place on MTN?
So what responsibility does it place on, let me even say on the network operators, yes, if digital infrastructure is mandatory for farmers, it means there's a need to consciously build out infrastructure, useful infrastructure, where it doesn't seem to make sense, okay? The reason I say where it doesn't seem to make sense, you cover a bridge that people pass through during the day, at night is sleeping. So that doesn't make commercial sense. So it's about us starting to innovate, to find more cost-effective solutions, more cost-effective devices that are useful to the farmers, and starting to use our own distribution networks to get to them. That is where I think our responsibility lies. But again, is it so much as you need to do this to ensure there's food security? Maybe not. So it's about just coming together as the different organizations and agreeing that this is the way forward. I mean, I look at all of us sitting in here today at this AgriConnect event. So he's from AFEX, he's from Thrive Agri. Fantastic panel. I'm seeing why Dr. Obasanjo did what she did. Yeah, so bring people together that can start to see things out of their silos and start to build for the nation. So I think it's a shared responsibility, and we're more than happy, more than open to doing that. Thank you.
Okay, so that places on MTN the responsibility of creating a package for we farmers. I mean, just like you have other bundles and bundles, we should have some agricultural bundle. Then you can get direct data from us.
Absolutely, and even beyond data packages for farmers. For me, I think it's even about building an ecosystem,
exactly,
where this information, relevant information, starts to make sense.
Yes.
I mean, I don't see why I can't bring up my phone, go into some platform, and be able to find the information I need.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I buy tomatoes, for God's sake. Those things are ridiculously expensive.
Mm-hmm.
And tatashe is even worse than tomatoes. So I know, but it's about just bringing all of those information, pockets of information together. And I think that's where the challenge is for us.
Yeah.
And I think we're best positioned to deal with things like that also.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Akin. So back to Mr. Raji. If a national food shock early warning function existed tomorrow, who should run it? And would AFEX share its data with it? What would you need in return, commercially or legally, to make that a yes?
Let me start with the later, which is, will AFEX be able to share its data? Why not? We'll be able to share our data with partners, but it will be a function of like 3 or more conditions. One is the legal framework, which is I'm sharing my data with you. What are you doing with it? And how do you protect it? Who do you share it with? Then we'll look at the second one, which is more of reciprocity. If I'm sharing a data for you to be able to work on something, how do you share back something back? Maybe the result of that survey or something. Then the last part is the governance around it, which is and what you do around it, which is neutrality of anybody playing that role, which is you are not coming back to the market to be a competitor on the back of using my data and all of those things. So that's just it. And on the other hand, you see, food security and early warning should not be a one-pronged approach, because not a ministry, I said it earlier, can run it. Not a private sector can run it. It's going to be a coming together of all the active players which is everybody, the ministries, the Ministry of Agriculture, the Trade, and all of them. Then the private sector players like FX, like Thrive, and some other ones. Then a collection of every active stakeholder in the agri sector. Today we run over 200 warehouses in Nigeria, in across 26 states. And you can see that we get market information from above 400 markets in Nigeria. To be able to size prices, to see who is buying what, to know what's the next thing in the market will be like. So if all of this were to come together, then there will be a proper position of everybody with what is the government doing about production. That's number one. If you notice recently, before now, a bag of fertilizer, people take 2 bags of fertilizer in the village area, in the hinterlands, to pay back at the harvest period with a bag of maize. Before now. But today, when you get a bag of fertilizer, you're probably going to pay back with 3 bags of maize, because the price of maize is doing this other way and not up. You get. So that's a problem that everybody should look at. So if that is well balanced, how do government play their roles? How do private sector play around with the data set they have, with the report and reviews they have, with working directly with smallholder farmers, with reducing the gap between innovation and the farmers, our farming system? All of those should come together. And we have to work on this jealously and intentionally. You know, when you love something, you have to be very intentional about it to be able to get a better result. The fact that a lot of people are not celebrating what is happening across is because which sector are you playing at, and what is government doing about it, and the private sector, how well organized? Because one thing is, let's say you have 1 hectare of land and you are only doing maize. Maybe in between the season you do a mixed crop, which is cowpea. You do maize. If you are using a very good viable seed, you get like between 4.5 metric ton or 6 metric ton from 1 hectare. That 6 metric ton doesn't give you the right to dictate what price you sell or what price anybody should pick your maize. You get. But when you're in a cooperative, that is what we started with. When you're a cooperative, you'll be able to command a price for yourself. Oh, I have up to this. If you have up to 30, 40 metric tons or above, you can say, okay, I have this, and this is what went into production. The European Union today are looking at our cocoa, and they are looking at it from a perspective of traceability. That they want to know what went into production and who and what went into production. And all of those, for you to be able to solve all of those, you need the data set first. Then the private sector can lead that. What is the composition of the fertilizer, the input, and everything that went into production? Then the government can build a framework, a policy framework around all of this, and be able to settle for everybody. Then international investors or interest partners will look at how to develop the sector robustly. Then it's going to be like you can't wash your 2 hands. You can't wash your hand clean without using the 2 hands indirectly. You get. Yeah. So you need to rub one on the other for you to clean it very well. So we need ourselves to be able to solve for the agri problem in Nigeria. We need ourselves, the private sectors, players, the government, the development partners, and everybody to settle the problem of agriculture, to be able to meet up with what we need to settle for. Lastly, let's look at maize. Maize production in Nigeria is like 21 million metric tons. And our total holding capacity that is on the radar is less than 3 million capacity. What's the wastage between harvest and getting it to the marketplace is not less than 35%. So what solve for all of those things? Then we need to go to the hinterland to solve for both storage, access to market, and be able to do a very nice, robust price discovery that links every farmer that produces anything to a marketplace that it gets a value, a premium for whatever effort has gone into production. Because empirically you reap what you sow, but quantitatively what you reap will be more than what you've sown. What we are trying to draw now with what we do in this sector is to draw a very thick line of demarcation between the past and the present. so that we can have a very beautiful, big future that everybody can be very proud of. The main source of our livelihood when Nigeria started as Nigeria.
Okay.
That is agriculture. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Raji. Thank you. This is for Tribe Agric. Sorry that I seem to be veering off a little bit. And like I said, we're having this discussion with a farmer. So I'm just going to be personalizing most of my questions, right? Yeah. So just futuristic now. We are looking at food security, national security, and I tend to look at the vision and the journey of all of this. So if we're seated here in 5 years, celebrating Nigeria's food security success story, what role would Tribe Agric have played? And what decision must the government and the private sector, what decision do you think the government and private sector make in the next 12 months to make that future possible?
Okay, I think it's a coming together of everybody. So now, currently, there's a lot of parties working in silos at the moment. For example, as Kamal has said, the prices of maize. So it can be that, let me give an example of a normal season. We've worked with farmers, we've input finance the farmers. Farmers have done everything they can do. They've done everything right. Mm-hmm. And they've gotten the right yield and everything. But then a government policy comes up and the price of maize crashes.
Yes.
This is a farmer that has basically gone into the business 9 months prior. So the farmer did everything right. He has the right yield, he has the right, but he cannot sell his harvest. So even if he's selling his harvest, he's selling at a loss. That farmer won't want to go back the next season to plant the same maize. There's going to be reluctance at that point. So I think what can be done in this way is a coming together, in quotes, of all parties involved. Like, I'm returning to the government and saying, okay, this is what we are planning to do. We are planning to work with 10,000 farmers. This is the yield we are going to have. We can assure you that we are going to get this yield, if at all, anything. So is there a plan to, do you plan to change policy? Do you plan to change policies anytime soon? Are my farmers going to be affected by a policy I'm making? Mm-hmm. So carry us along, basically, in policy. Let's not be at the end of the farming season when funds have been invested, that we are getting to have information that is going to affect farmers' willingness to continue in the trade. So I think it's majorly that. Let everybody come together, know your part to play, and know that your decisions are affecting farmers at the end of the day.
Thank you. Thank you. I think that answers my question, because we've had those issues of pricing maize. I think even about 2 years ago, we had that serious issue with cassava. Do you people work with farmers in the West? How about Apex in the West? In the Western Nigeria. So I'm sure you had the data of what happened with cassava and the whole ethanol thing. All right. So so finally to you, because I think we ought to be wrapping up our own session now. Sorry, my questions are really dragging. Like I said, please, I'm a farmer. So beyond distribution, MTN sits on movement and transaction detail. In your view, is that a legitimate early warning signal for food and displacement shocks? And what would have to be true on privacy and regulation for it to be used that way?
Movement and transaction data.
Yes.
We absolutely see that. So we see everything from a network perspective. Okay. But when we talk about data, as he also rightly pointed out, is it something we can share? Is it something we should share? That's not a yes or no question. Yes, we now have the Data Protection Act. We have everybody watching data now and looking for an infraction. So first of all, it has to be anonymized. Next, it has to be aggregated, looking at data from an aggregate level. And thirdly, the governance has to be on point. To answer your question on movement and transactions, I'm putting many things together, okay? So NIMET gives you weather information. They tell you that even before the rains come. They tell you in August they're going to have so many days of rain. Let's put that on one side. We, as the network operators, can see movement of people, migration, influx, egress. We can see all of that information. We can see transactions going through, frequency of recharges. But stand alone, those things don't mean anything to us. We need people like yourselves, you. We need people like Thrive Agri. We need people like Apex to start to make sense of this information. Somebody needs to ask the question, what does this mean? And you'll be surprised that it's absolutely an early warning signal. So we know for a fact that people have been migrating, there's less transactions. We know that rain is coming. What are they hearing? What are they seeing? And how do you then notify people? So for me, I think the question is not whether we want to share it or whether we should share it, is how do we do it? How do we do it in an ethical manner? And I think the person or the entity missing from this conversation are the policymakers. I was in a session last week on fraud in the banking sector, and everything that happens in the banking sector is now post. How do we get to pre? How do we get to pre? How do you stop it before the transfer goes through? There has to be systems put in place by the policymakers to say, yes, this is a critical national issue, and everybody then comes to the party. The information is useless to us if it doesn't impact the farmers, if it doesn't impact the ecosystem, if it doesn't impact the country. It's useless to us. So yes, we're more than happy to work with everyone.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. I could go on and on and on, but I think it's time to take questions from the audience. If there's any other farmer here like me that has questions for...
Good morning. Good morning to everyone in the room. My name is Aramide Adefua, Project Director of Malom Agro Services. I came all the way from Lagos because of this conference. So I have two questions actually, but the first one is to the panelists. So my question goes thus. As an operator in the agricultural system, I've seen that as someone in the agricultural sector, I've seen that food shocks, prediction alone does not prevent food shocks. Execution does. And as the saying goes, none of us is as good as all of us. So how can we democratize the data that we have in silos? Because in the agricultural system, it's an intricate ecosystem where everyone is operating alone in silos, and it's not supposed to be so. So how do we come together and make the data inclusive? Because in my background in agri-extensions, farmers need this data to make decisions. So how do we come together, democratize it, and it can affect farmers, improve their output per hectare and production? And also to Mr. Akin of MTN. So Nigeria has about 40,000 telecom towers spread across. We know most of them are independent tower companies. So it's just an idea or a thought process. What if MTN or other telecoms and agri-tech come together and set up a weather mast or to get data in regions that it can be penetrated to farmers themselves? Not if NIMET says 3 days to this social area. So even you as a service provider, that is another service also that MTN can generate data from, because we need data. Data is the new good mind, and what we don't track, we can never measure. So that's my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sorry, please. When you said your question was directed to the panelists, which of the panelists were you referring to, please? All of them. Okay. Okay. So I think I would want Mr. Raji to answer his first question.
Okay, so thank you for the question. Yeah, thank you for the question. And I think, like I said earlier, beyond just forecasting what this season feels like, it's a collaboration of all stakeholders in the sector that can make it available for everybody. Today, FX in the last 6 years has been doing commodities outlook, which shows production fertilizer uptake. You get. In the last 2-3 years, we've seen FAO report that cereal production across the world is like 1.5% short. And especially in Nigeria, you see fertilizer uptake has reduced significantly from what it used to be. And that gives everybody a sense of, you are just passing through, let's say you are driving from Kaduna to Kano, and you saw green areas. You may not even be able to say, what is this or what is that? You get to a particular point, you see some greens looking the same. Is it maize? Is it sorghum? What are all of this doing to the economy? You get to a point when you are getting into Kano, you see some very green, short plants. What are they? That's paddy rice. And that's maize and all of those things. What do you make out of all of this? It's for every one of us to come together. So if fertilizer uptake is reducing, there's a problem. There's a nitrogen requirement for maize, for what's it called, sorghum, for paddy rice. If fertilizer uptake is reducing, then definitely there's no two ways about it. There'll be shortage of one thing or the other. And that will result into what? An increase in price of one of those commodities that needs nitrogen the most. So it's an open platform. You go to Africa Exchange, www.africaexchange today, you can access a lot of data position, especially about production, about the market, about the outlook, the yield, what is it like, and everything. So if you need more than what is outside there, then you can write in, and we have one or two ways to deepen that kind of relationship, to be able to share our data point with you. But for us, it's not just about effects. It's about the agri sector. You get, everybody needs to come to play. A private sector guy that is building a warehouse capacity of 70,000 metric tons need to get on the MBS platform for them to be able to add it to whatever is available for storage. The cold storage in Nigeria is like 0.0%. And that is why when you produce tomato today, after like 6 weeks, you don't see tomato again. You start seeing the high imbalance in prices. And that's as a result of the fact that we are not proactively preparing for the future. So all of these things need to come together. If you are an investor, what do you do? Is it primary production? Is it packaging? Is it solving for logistics from the production location to the processor sites? Is it making it available? Is it providing a platform, a market platform, that everybody can see what is going on in Nigeria? And that is the sector we are all praying to be able to resolve for all of these things and make Nigeria a better place for everyone. So it's a collaboration thing. Nobody can do it in silos. We have all been doing this in silos, the ministry, the private sector, and we have our data, we do this. The ministry, we know the farmers, we work with associations. We have all seen that associations have failed Nigerians. So it's everybody coming together. We do it collectively, we get a better result. We have a better preparation for whatever might come. And that is the only way we can solve for all of this. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, in addition to that, I think this conversation we're having is a step in the right direction, bringing everybody into this conversation. But as Mr. Akin had rightly pointed out, we need a further step. The policies to provide, the policy makers need to be in such rooms. So while the private sector is doing what they can do, I believe the private sector, because as Mr. Kamal had mentioned, I also use the reports from FX for forecast and everything, but there's a limit to the data they can put out there. So we need policymakers to be part of these conversations also.
Okay, sorry, please. Yes, before you answer the second question, I think in practical terms, what both of you have said, or what everybody has said here, in practical terms, to answer what he wants, when we are talking collaboration, we know how it is in Nigeria. This collaboration thing doesn't work until we make it work. So I think maybe in practical terms, what we need is something like a cooperative for we farmers, especially those interested in data as fertilizer. That's the only way we can execute. We have FX there, we have Tribe Agri, we have MTN, all in this cooperative. Then we are able to share our data, because now you only have North and you don't even have for we in the Niger Delta, and that's so. So please, let's take Let's take your answer, please.
Thank you. Again, I just wrote so many things down while Kamala and Shion spoke. I'm going to give you three things that work really, really well in this country. Number one is SIM registration. You can't get a SIM without registering it. Yeah. Number two is your NIN. You can't get a passport without NIN. So those processes are working. Number three is the banking sector, NIBS. You can't just do things in the banking sector just like that because they're tightly regulated and there's the policies that are guiding them. So there's sincerity of purpose, there's will, and then there's action taking place. All of the things we're talking about now, it still sounds like anybody can do it. And when anybody can do it, nobody will do it. You've just talked about the last thing, a cooperative. When you wrote the word cooperative, I wrote lobbyists. So it's about coming together as a big block and then lobbying the right set of people right here in Abuja to be able to say, we need to declare this a national issue. We need to address this. And suddenly you start to see policy frameworks coming through and tying everybody in. And suddenly you start to see that machine moving and everything we're talking about is done. The gentleman talked about the towers. No, I wish we had 40 million towers, but we don't. Yeah, so it's probably even less than 100,000. But what you didn't see in that 100,000 is each of those towers, whether owned by the operators or independent infrastructure providers, has power. He talked about 0.0% in terms of cold chain availability. What if we extended cold chain to all of those, or to some of those? You identify the critical sites and put cold chain installations around them. That starts to make sense. A few years ago, we did some work with the University of Wageningen in Netherlands and the GSMA. It was about converting or the intelligence we get from our towers in terms of rain, harmattan, just the elements, and how to trend that to start to make predictions. Honestly, you know where that thing got stuck? It got stuck when we were asked to provide the addresses or the locations for each of those towers. And you know why it got stuck? Because those things are critical national infrastructure. That conversation had to go to the NSA. What if it got into the wrong hands? And that's where that matter stopped. Now, that matter was being driven by the GSMA and the University of Wageningen as somebody's project. How about if we took that on? And I'm now not saying this is not a matter of anybody now. This is not our own core area, but these are ideas that if you as individuals or structured bodies have, we can sit with you and co-create some of these solutions. I believe if a Nigerian was the one asking that question about the installations with the clear use cases, I think it will have been a different bowl of wax. And we'll be talking about something different today. So again, yes, we have all of these data sets, all of this infrastructure, but are they coming together? And that's where I think the cooperatives should actually be a lobbyist or a lobby, just lobbying to get the right things. I think that would be my own part in short on it. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we can take one more question.
Hi, all right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Demi. Just to help us, maybe a little bit double down on the interjection that Shion made the other time regarding shocks and policies. I understand that the government folks who are supposed to be on the panel or here, join these conventions are not here, but I feel like we should actually ask some questions, or we should begin to look at some of the questions that we need to ask, all right? And it's still on the shock side of things. I believe that the greatest shock with regards to food security, national security, is the shock that an everyday Nigerian faces when he gets into the market. And what used to be 500 naira is 2,000 naira. All right. What critical questions should we be asking, both directed to the government, directed to private sector players, directed to even stakeholders who are on the field with regards to not just a party looking good. And I'll give you a typical example, right? For instance, from what she said, an entity invests so much in maybe maize production, and then a policy shift comes. Eventually, it might make the government look good, all right? And of course, we know these things are seasonal, right? I mean, recently, there's a policy around stopping the export of cocoa, all right, with some big grammar around it, all right? Now, the question is, what questions should we be asking that would put both the government on the good side of whatever policies or whatever will they're trying to enforce, and also the private sector players, so that they're not running at loss, that eventually impacts shelf prices. All right, we will not just wake up one morning and just find out that, because government wants to reduce boost local production. Those that have invested heavily in making systems work, eventually, entities are actually working towards empowering smaller farmers, making them more prosperous. All right, also enhancing food security. But the government comes and wants to look good for some very interesting reasons. So, what questions should we be asking, both on the part of the government, on the part of private sector players, and those also on the field, right? Such that the shock in itself that actually affects me in my home, buying a bag of rice, right? Those shocks are mitigated and everybody is smiling and looking good. That's the question. What are the questions we should be asking?
Okay, Dr. Toyosi, apparently you weren't listening to this guy, because his question is like a whole different summit. Like, we're going to have a special summit to take this like very, very critical thing. The people we need for his question, I mean you agree with me, they are not even here. But I'll just have Mr. Raji take that. I don't know, maybe just, it was for him. Oh, good. So I made the right choice. Mr. Raji, you take that question. But ultimately, Dr. Toyosi, please, this man's question, we need another summit, maybe in like 2 weeks. In Lagos. So we need to visit this, we need to visit that as a topic on its own. All right.
Let me start this off, and he's better suited to answering that question. But when you ask that question, for me, again, is visibility through the value chain. Yes, some countries have done this really, really well. When the Ukraine war started, bread went up because of wheat. Most of us didn't even know wheat came from Ukraine, but they know what they're doing. There's visibility through their value chain. If you had imagine you had a proper map of all of the tomato plantations, and you know exactly, he's giving figures here, 21 million metric tons of maize annually, and you know exactly what is coming through for the year 2026 and when. My goodness, you'll be able to see through this, you'll be able to plan. And if you then have the early warning signals also, then you have policymakers that are saying, you know what, we are likely going to have a shortage by August. Then by February, they're already making plans. They've already locked in orders from whomever to be able to bring supplies in, grains, warehouses. It's almost a structured process in my mind's eye. And it's, how do we get to that point? Who bails the cat, or who takes the bull by the tail or by the horn, better still, to make that happen? That's what I'm seeing in terms of how to solve that problem. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think apart from looking at the data sets, we all need to be active partakers on the platform of what we are producing. Because apart from rice being one of the staples that we consume in Nigeria, we still have a shortage of up to like 1 million metric tons in a year that is being imported, maybe correctly through the right channels or badly through the wrong channels. You get cross-border. We produce like less than 500,000 metric tons of wheat, and our consumption is like 8.7 million metric tons. There's no two ways. We'll depend on the international market for us to be able to survive on this. And bread, indomie, spaghetti, and all of those all depend on that. And a very large percentage of our poultry sector too, the pectin, the bran, and all of those things come from that. So when we look at it robustly, can we do, for the first time in Nigeria, we did a rain-fed wheat production like 3 years ago. First time, rain-fed, like 3 or 4 years ago, yeah. I think during the days of President Barry. We did that, but since after then, what happened? Our wheat production in Nigeria has increased a bit, but is it solving for anything? No. So it's going to be a balanced effort from all of us. The farmers who have that kind of natural environment that can cultivate wheat, the right usage of the land, the availability of input at the right time. If you don't plant between 15th of November and 15th of December for wheat, you are out. If you do anything outside of that, you just see nothing's coming out. Today, some part of the core northern states that produce most of our cereals, they don't have rainfall. In the last 2-3 weeks, there was drought for like 8-10 days, and you know, all the cereals are like maize, they're at this level where they're forming fruit, where they're fruiting. If there's drought all across, then there's a problem. Then let's solve for the core ingredient needed, which is fertilizer, apart from the seed. The fertilizer, we have just 3 major urea producers in Nigeria: Notore, Indorama, and Dangote. And there's always a foreign demand for our urea. And it happens in the core of our seasons too. Who will leave $1 for a naira? There's a policy position you get. And then when you pick your NPK from anywhere, any source, at the end of the day, the recommendation for Nigeria is like 300 kilogram per hectare. You end up buying more bags. You invested more. You are getting nothing. The building block is the seed. Not all, but a larger percentage of what we call seed today, they are grains. Just repacked to solve for something. You get stomach infrastructure indirectly for someone to be able to meet up with 1 or 2 things. Then we are not solving for anything. We are solving. If we need to move on, if we need to ask the right question, please, we all need to come together, make projects, and we solve for everything. Aki?
All right. Sorry, I will do this very quickly. I think, Akin, right? I think he said a critical thing that we need to focus on. We cannot solve a problem if we don't have the right data. And I think that what has happened over the years is that a lot of agencies have been picking data in small bits. And it's not enough to make reasonable value chain decisions. If you ask government today, what you have decided to do importation, what is it based on? Is it based on the deficit? Do we know what the total production is? Do we know what the planned production is? You still find out that they're getting better with these things. I mean, you see elements of, governments coming up with units like the PFSCU and this other, units that are saying, let's see how data becomes important. And I think it's a critical thing. But I would like to push this also back to probably MTN. Because for a lot of us, I work for a company called OCP. We are fertilizer producers. For a lot of us, we're investing in those things, but it's not enough. We're not as central enough to be able to bring credible information that the real parties that need this information can sit with. So I think it's time to start talking with network agencies, with network providers, because this data sits, someone was saying the other time about the number of masts that MTN has. So there's a bit of infrastructure, right, that we can leverage on to gather data in large scale. I think we're doing too much small scale. Apex goes, picks up data about farmer, Thrive goes, everybody goes and picks up. What can we do on a large scale? I will mention something very quickly. There's something we're exploring, which is using geospatial information system, which gets to the level of saying, can we begin to use satellite imageries to map large portions of land and say, and this is not going to one small farm, this is going across a whole nation and saying, what exactly is the arable land that we have in details, not in one data that someone has done 5-10 years ago, We're saying today, because, I mean, satellite imageries you can get up until the very minute where you're checking it. And then using AI, can we begin to detect? Because we had to spend a lot on this. This was, I mean, we've done investments of about $10 million on this. Can we begin to partner, for example, OCP works with MTN, to see how this can be done on a large scale? Can we begin to look at how government now can benefit from such systems? And it's not enough. I mean, OCP won't do such systems just for OCP. It makes no sense. It's something that government can use and say, ahead of the season, we already know, and you can check history. So you can say, okay, how much of maize was planted the whole of last year? Satellite imageries can help you with that. So you can look at certain detections to be able to say, and different levels. First, you can say, okay, this farmland is used for farming. Second, you can say, there's this particular crop being planted on the land. You can detect that. Third, you can say what level of plantation or what level, what we call phenological stages in agriculture. What level is it? And then thirdly, you can predict what the future will be. So what kind of yield will come from this portion of land? So that kind of large-scale data, that kind of large-scale planning can only come if sectors, I mean, companies come together and say, how do we do this and put this in the hands of government? So we can't wait for government. I mean, Tim is right. If government makes a decision today to import, it totally kills the efforts of a lot of companies. But if that decision is made right, then I'm sure you won't mind. For example, if that decision is so that we will not go hungry, right? And you can back it up with data to show this is what our production limit is, this is what the deficit is, then nobody will have a problem. But sometimes why we have a problem is that it's not backed with data. And I think that's why this panel has done a fantastic job on that. So I think it's time for people to aggregate efforts together and do something on a large scale. I think I'll stop there.
Just put your hands together for him.
Okay.
May I
All
just
right,
respond?
so,
Is it okay for me to just respond very, very
Okay.
briefly? When she introduced me, she said I work for MTN, but I work for MTN Business. Our job is not the phone in your pocket or the data or your voice. My job is to sit down with organizations like yourself to develop solutions that are not off the shelf. That is my job. That is what excites me. During COVID, we worked with Lagos State government to build out patterns, movement patterns, to see where there were infringements on the stay at home and all sorts of things. And that information even brought up different things that was useful for Lagos State. That is what we do. And I think the last thing for me, what I'm hearing everybody say, is that we are treating food security, which is what I call all of this, as just slightly above a side hustle as Nigeria. Nigeria is treating this thing as just a little bit above a side hustle. It needs to become a national emergency. And that solves it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, my co-panelists. So, call to action, the whole collaboration thing. I think we just need that cooperative. We all have to work together on the private level before we start involving. Then we can enforce stuff on the policymakers. Thank you all. Thank you.
Please, once again, can we put our hands together for our panelists? Please put your hands together for Hati Kerekun for the fantastic moderation. Very personalized angles of the questions. Me, I'm a farmer, I'll come and answer my question. Of course, we want to appreciate Sheun Ojokedio and, of course, Mr. Kamaldeen Raji and Akimbulejo Onabulu. Please, one more time, let's put our hands together for them. I don't know if anyone noticed, but I know there was a young lady standing close to me when Mr. Kamaldeen Raji mentioned how the metric tons or millions of metric tons that you produce give you a say in determining what the prices of things might be because it meets the bigger scale of what is required. And then he mentioned Tatashi and somebody went, hey, you know. It's interesting because the example my brother from OCP mentioned just now gives a very interesting picture. And I know as an MC, mine is to basically moderate this issue, but I want to paint a little conversation tree before I go to something we just had. If OCP can provide data courtesy space agency, and of course can make predictions courtesy AI, Maybe not everyone by virtue of education and technological exposure might be able to use that. But look at this as where we all come in, because you mentioned government, and people have to remember we are all the government. We also have to remember that. So imagine a situation whereby we have these data from that level. It is met with constituents representation in terms of people who are whether in your houses of assembly, whether people who are in your senatorial positions, your commissioners for agriculture, and whatever the case might be on a state level, on a local government level, down to the national level. You understand how everyone can then be a part of the conversation, whether it's seasonal preparation for the crops that need to be met, whether it's planning season, whether it's exportation time, and how to meet all of this. So we are all actively involved in all of this. But yes, there are key stakeholders who need to make certain steps to make it feasible. So I really appreciate all of it. It's been super educational today. Earlier on, I promised a video from someone who's probably one of the biggest ambassadors for agriculture and someone who has been known and respected as a leader of this country on a level that many still admire up until date. Just before we take the next line of conversation, we have a wonderful presentation, and I urge you to please pay attention and enjoy as we have this wonderful one coming in from none other than the former president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, none other than Dr. Olusegun Obasanjo.
Your Excellencies, captains of industry, financial leaders, and most importantly, our vibrant young agripreneurs. I am delighted to address you at this crucial Abuja Dialogue, AgriConnect. We gather at a time when global disruptions and domestic realities demand that we look inward with great urgency. The theme of this summit, food security, is national security. It's not just a catchy slogan. It is an absolute, undeniable truth. A nation that cannot feed itself has surrendered its sovereignty and lost its freedom. A nation where citizens spend the majority of their income on food or go to bed hungry is a nation built on fragile foundations, if it can be called a nation at all. When I look back at my journey, both as a military officer and as a civilian president, and indeed as a lifelong farmer, I have no threat connecting the soil to our survival. In my decades of leadership, I've learned that you can import weapons, you can borrow technology, and you can mimic foreign systems, but you cannot sustainably import peace if your people are starving and are dissatisfied with food and nutrition security. Food security underpins everything else: national peace, social stability, and economic well-being and growth. Without these foundations or fundamentals, all our plans for industrialization and sustainable development are nothing but castles in the air. Today, Nigeria faces a critical crossroads in our agribusiness sector, particularly regarding crops and livestock. The most urgent action we must take is to protect our farmers and ensure they can safely access their land in security, farm in security, and harvest in security. We can distribute the best high-yielding seeds, and we can import the most advanced tractors. But if a crop farmer cannot walk into his field without fear, or if a livestock herder cannot find stable, secure management of his or her farm, our efforts in food security will yield nothing. Security of life and property on our farms is the foundation step toward food security. Government at all levels must treat the protection of agricultural zones as a top and primary national defense and security priority. However, boosting production on the farm is only half the battle. For too long, Nigeria has suffered from the tragedy of post-harvest losses. We sweat in the fields, we harvest our maize, our cassava, our tomatoes, and our rice, only to watch a staggering percentage rot away or go into spoilage and or becoming food for wild animals and birds. This is because we lack adequate storage, reliable transport networks, and localized processing facilities. Improving production must go hand in hand with building a robust value chain. We need dedicated agricultural corridors, cold chain logistics, and modern silos where productions take place. Furthermore, we must bridge the gap in market access and finance. Agriculture cannot survive in isolation. It requires an integrated ecosystem where the farm production connects seamlessly to the factory, the storage, and the market. To achieve this, we must completely have mindset change. Agribusiness must cease to be undertaken as a development project with stop and go as money is available. But it should be treated as a modern, profitable, and strategic business planned, undertaken, and managed like any other business, industry, banking, and so on, and not as a hobby or job for the retired. It should be the commercial powerhouse. It is the largest employer of labor and the most viable path to diversifying our economy away from oil and gas. It is also a significant foreign exchange earner. This brings me to the heartbeat of our agricultural future, our young people, the vibrant and dynamic agripreneurs. My message to the next generation of agribusiness men and women is simple. Do not look at agriculture through the lens of the past. Do not see it as Do not see it as the grueling toil of your grandparents with rusty cutlasses and hoes. Look at it through the lens of technology, innovation, and global business along the value chain, from land preparation to food on the table. The future of Nigerian agriculture belongs to those who apply data analytics to soil management, those who use drones for precision spraying, those who use spot irrigation to conserve water, and those who build digital platforms to connect rural farmers directly to urban consumers. The future belongs to those who see waste and turn it to wealth through processing, packaging, and recycling. But we cannot ask our youth to leap into this sector without a safety net and a ladder. If we want to make agribusiness attractive and profitable for the next generation, we must walk our talk. And young people must be supported with tailored finance, accessible technology, practical training, mentorship, and guaranteed market. To the government, our investors, and our financial institutions, I say this: you must do things differently. The traditional commercial banking models with double-digit interest rates and rigid collateral demands cannot grow and develop agribusiness sustainably for lasting food and nutrition security. We need innovative agricultural financing. We need patent capital, venture funds specifically designed for agrotech startups, and robust and responsive agribusiness. Agribusiness insurance schemes that mitigate the climate risks and other risks and hazards our youth will constantly face. Financial institutions must learn the language of agribusiness. They must understand the gestation periods of crops and the life cycles of livestock, rather than treating a poultry farm like a boutique import business. True transformation will not happen in silos. Government, private business, international investors, and local community must work together. We need public-private partnerships that build rural infrastructure, establish processing hubs, and fund research into climate-resilient or disease-resistant crop varieties and sustainable livestock management. As I close my remarks, I want to leave a lasting message with our young agripreneurs and our policymakers. To the youth, be resilient, be innovative. Do not wait for conditions to be perfect. Start where you are. Use the technology at your hand and disrupt the food system for good. Positive disruption. Agriculture can be made profitable. That has been my own experience. It is a noble cause and undertaking. It is close to nature. It gives you joy and satisfaction for the present and for the future. The AgriConnect Summit has provided the platform. Let us move from dialogue to decisive, disruptive, and scalable action. Thank you for listening.
I bet we can do better than that, please. Strong words of admonition, encouragement, and I say youthful mandate itself from someone who is not just a sayer but a doer in that regard. I hope we're feeling super motivated. I hope we're finding this insightful, and I hope we're getting a lot of interesting information as well. It is interesting that the former president, Dr. Olusegun Obasanjo, already highlighted, I would say across all three panels, so many of the conversations that ought to have been talked about, from funding to youthful involvement, and of course a general mental orientation about agriculture, because the next panel we're going to have will be focused on how to get investment and funding for the farmer and not just only the farms. But before we do that, I want to get your stomach, throats, and minds a little bit, for the lack of a better word, lubricated, so to speak. So please, we'll observe 15 minutes of coffee and snacks just behind it. Be sure to enjoy those while we get ready for our next panel session. Thank you very much. Like I mentioned earlier, I know some of us are still having our refreshments, but for the sake of time, we would like to proceed with the agenda for today. So if you would oblige me, you could have your refreshments while seated, as we have a very special presentation from MTN to get started first. But just before our representatives from MTN start off, I'd like to draw to your attention that there is going to be a barcode on the screen. And that barcode is to get your feedback from what this presentation is going to be. Because AgriConnectX, as well as MTN, are actively working on an initiative as we speak. And your feedback essentially would help curate the functionality of the services that would be, the result of that, marriage. All right, so please, while you listen to the presentation from MTN, also take note to scan the barcode. I understand that AgriConnect would also send the barcode via emails to everyone who's attended and registered. So please, when you get those emails or you scan the barcode, endeavor to fill your survey or thoughts on the feedback form, please. It's very important. So over to you.
All right, good afternoon again, everyone. I think we're on the cusp of noon, 10 past 12. I feel like a preacher here, but I also don't want to, I want to avoid looking at the screen. So I'm just going to try to walk through this quickly. So this is just, I think the microphone. Okay, so thank you again, everyone. I think the conversation here really, and I think I have just about, Tuesday, I think I have about 4 hours, yeah? So I have 4 hours for the session. Actually, I'll try and take this in about 10 minutes. It's just to give you an idea of where we sit and how we play in the agriculture value chain. Some of the conversations we've had during the break time said it looks as if MTN is going into agriculture. No, we're not going into agriculture. We enable a lot of verticals. We enable the power, the utility vertical. We enable agriculture. We enable healthcare. We enable education. So that is what we do. We are not trying to buy any tractors. We are not going to go into fertilizer. We are not doing any of those kind of things. For us, we're a technology organization that supports growth. I think for us, our point of view is the strong growth potential in the sector, but there are still a lot of gaps. We've talked about visibility. We've talked about visibility extensively during the panel session. We've talked about the gaps. We've talked about efficiencies. And our view is that technology is the one thing that can open up the entire value chain and also connect it together. And for us, we simply want to sit with yourselves, the stakeholders and ecosystem players, to understand what is required and then provide practical solutions. I always stay away from the word help. Nobody is helping anybody. It's just about enabling each other to get to a point that makes commercial sense and impact for the entire ecosystem. So, this you already know. I'm not going to spend any time on this. The challenges that we have in the sector, production pressures, harvest losses, we've talked about all of these. Limited data for decision making. We've talked about all of those, and security and trust. So for us, the simple thing is, how does technology unlock value for us? And we see it again. I'm bringing that point back up. Visibility across the value chain. For a farm, is smarter planning and monitoring through the planting cycle. For storage, cold storage, crop storage, grain storage, is about maintaining the quality and the right conditions. I'm involved in managing a different space of life. And in that space, there's a big kitchen. There's a massive kitchen with refrigerator systems. And the refrigeration system failed. And no one knew how long it had failed for until they realized some of the fruits and vegetables were spoiled. That is a very small fix. Temperature has dropped by 2 degrees. Boom, 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 boom. Everybody gets notified. It's a very small fix, and we've addressed that very quickly. In terms of logistics, there's transportation, route optimization, asset management. These are places where technology comes into play. Why should a lorry take produce from the north to the south and go back empty? I mean, I think it was Mr. Kitunde that spoke about bringing in AI. I try to stay away from buzzwords as much as possible, but it's about bringing intelligence into the insights. I mean, and these are things that are done just that quickly. Again, remember the picture we painted. You can see the entire landscape of Nigeria. Let's go back again to Tatashio tomatoes. You know exactly what is being produced per time. And under that, you lay a transportation service on it. It just starts to make sense. That is how Uber works. We're not creating anything new. It already exists. And I think access to markets is a really big one, particularly for smaller, smallholder farmers. So what does access to markets mean to you? MTN sits on a customer base of about 80-something million, serves over 2 million small businesses in Nigeria. What does that mean in terms of access to markets for a smallholder farmer or otherwise? Again, decision making, just better insights and partnerships. I'm happy to say there's a conversation brewing here today, which I hope, touch wood, would likely end up in really, really strong partnerships for the ecosystem. Then, we as MTN have been able to scale. To just understand what it is we do, we have the largest distribution network in Nigeria. Physical distribution, digital distribution. We have our guys pretty much everywhere. I was in Ogbomosho, I saw a Momo umbrella. It means our guys have gotten there. Wherever it is that there are people, our guys are there. And that's the kind of that's the scale that we bring into this. How can that scale work for you? How can you leverage that scale? We don't have the answers, but we want to co-create with you to understand how we can do that. Security partners, I'd walk through that. And how do we manage this shift? Visibility through the systems, earlier alerts, coordinated ecosystem, and then this for me is the big part of it. Practical pilots with measurable gain. We're not just saying that we can do this or we want to do this. Let's get into some pilots with you that make sense. Let's walk through it. Let's tease them out and build them together. I mentioned that I represent the MTN business organization, and our own work is solutions which are not off the shelf. Okay, and how do we do this? I mean, these are some of the service areas that we have within our business. Connectivity, cloud and data center. We've talked about the different data points. Data sovereignty is becoming a very, very big deal. I don't know anyone who's still buying servers. And if you're still buying servers, why? Again, the gentleman from OCP. IoT solutions, we talk about connected assets, tracking, visibility, security services to ensure that all data is protected in line with NDPA. Our collaboration platforms, our business platforms, and of course our partner ecosystem. And how do we want to do this with you? We want to just start with a discovery. We are here with you today sitting down, just trying to understand some of your operating challenges and your own ambitions for growth. We want to be able to design the right solutions. We're not selling you anything. We're not selling anything. We're just trying to work with you to build what makes sense for you. Again, we've talked about running the pilots and then going through scale. I would talk through, again, just a bit more in terms of what IoT does, just to give you the areas where we currently play with different operators in the field. I like the livestock monitoring bit. We did that a couple of years ago with a service we had called animal identification, and we learned a lot from it. When I talk about policyholders, I'm very, very clear in my mind the role that they play. I had a conversation 2 days ago on a different solution, animal identification and management. And the solution, I asked the guy straight over there, how much is this going to cost? And he said somewhere about $340, $350. I did the maths very quickly. That's 500 and something thousand naira. How much is the cow? And how much am I using to track this cow? Come and steal my cow. Yeah? And then the next part of it, if you track a cow and the cow has gone from Kwara to Lagos, okay, what next? What do? Do you go and look for the cow, or do you go and arrest the person that's stolen the cow? So that's where policy makers come in. When a cow is moving, somebody, I'm not saying the police force should start chasing cows, but somebody should be able to say, this cow should not be moving here. So it's no longer an MTN system. Tautology. It's an ecosystems system to say, you know what, these are all the livestock we have, we are tracking them, and then we can then start to build intelligent commercial models. So you reusable devices, the cow lives for 2 years and then goes on to his baby brother or something else. So that is some of the kind of things that we're also trying to build together. And this next slide is a mapping of some of Okay, so this is a mapping. I don't think it's uploaded. So it's not uploaded, but we have some internet issues. It's just, it's bringing together some of the capabilities we have and the outcomes. So connectivity, and for us, the question was asked by Hati earlier. How do we make sure that the farmers are connected? I don't know the answer to that question. But I can tell you for free that we're engaging with geostationary satellite providers and even the low Earth orbit satellite providers, the Starlinks, the Eutelsats of this world, to see how we strengthen our connectivity solutions. To be honest, a lot of these are commercial conversations. How do I cover hectares of land for farmers who are not making calls, and I'm running operational costs on those farms? Those are some of the considerations. How do we make it make sense? We don't have all the answers, but there are opportunities. There is funding from development agencies, and we can all come together as an ecosystem to make it make sense. IoT we've talked about. Cloud services. Okay, I think this is still looking at the IoT. Apologies, the slides did not upload. But again, things like cloud services, how do we use them to support the services, building orchestration layers, financial services, digital wallets, getting to smallholder farmers. How do development agencies ensure that the beneficiaries are getting the interventions that they need? That is where things like mobile money platforms come in. Then APIs, API platforms, engaging with the different systems, the GISs, the smart farms, the IoT systems, all of that just comes into play, and overlaying all of that is analytics, dashboards, and insights, such that everybody can make sense of it as easily and straightforward as possible. So I think for us, if this is your priority, increasing your productivity, getting more visibility, reducing waste, we can absolutely have some of these conversations together. I'll just say also that you look out for information coming through from the AgriConnect team. There's a lot that we're going to be putting together with them to enable the ecosystem. Thank you very much. And that is about it. Okay, yes, that's about it. The other slides didn't upload, but if we do have the time, I can share some of those with you. Some of the questions that the team had asked in terms of what we do for big infrastructure. But that's about it. Thank you very much. And I think I can take one or two questions, if there are any. Okay, thank you. I can take a few questions if there are any. Okay, I think they've been addressed during the panel session. Thank you very much.
Please, we can do better than that. Let's put our hands together. Not only is he an amazing panelist, he is here, of course, to share some initiatives that they are collaborating on for us and, of course, for all, I call it agricultural enthusiasts at this point. Some of us do not even have car tracking. Now there is a possibility of actually tracking cows. If you're not on that, you're dulling. That's all I'm going to say. All right, I hope we're having a good time so far. So the next line of conversation, but please, before I jump into that, I mentioned something earlier prior to MTN's presentation. There's going to be the barcode you just saw earlier on. It will be sent to you via mail. Please endeavor to give your feedback on that barcode. If you have a chance to scan now, please do. If not, it will be sent to you via mail. Like he mentioned, AgriConnect and MTN and a number of other partners are working on some incredible tools. They should banter each other. Then in the next 2 years, we're back to square one. Hati will not like it. I know that for sure. So let's make sure we're all putting our foot down, collaborating on a number of levels to ensure that our voices are making some active level of change. All right? So, in a bid to also, to me, it is financing the farmer, not just the farm. So the mentality here is a two-pronged perspective. And it's all about getting both the tools, toolkit, the psychology, the machinery, the financing that you require to run, as well as maintaining the business itself to ensure that there is success. So the continuity is extensive on this one. So this is why this particular panel session is quite important as a farmer out there or as someone just gathering information, if this is something you intend to take on in the foreseeable future, which I think we all should to an extent. Our wonderful dignitaries who will be handling this session consist of 4 incredible people, here present by the way. I'd like to get started in no particular order with someone who is within the nutritional sector. He is a partner at Sahel Consulting Agriculture and Nutrition, and of course works with government, investors, business and development organizations to find sustainable solutions. So this guy is in the words of church people, he's a follow-upper. He will follow you in every single aspect of the process. Please join me as we make welcome here today our partner from Sahel Consulting Agriculture, none other than Mr. Chinedu Agbara. We can do better than that. Please put your hands together for him. Mr. Chinedu, is that a flyer I see in your hand? Are you trying to follow up on me as well? Please sit. You can sit over here. All right, wonderful. Earlier on, this man walked into the room and the amount of joy on the faces of a number of people, I was like, before I leave, I would give him my account number, not his complimentary card. All right. He is the head of agribusiness and exports at Union Bank and has over 20 years experience across banking, agribusiness financing, and project structuring, as well as risk management and export development. Like I mentioned, these guys are here to guide you. Please join me, welcome the head of agribusiness, Union Bank, none other than Mr. Eze Wakama. Welcome, sir. Welcome, please. All right. Someone leading the conversation who is also part of the convening team and has been on this stage before, but is very crucial to this conversation because of the hat he wears. A CEO at Erimet and Carbon Farms. These people don't just talk, they do the action as well. He's a global operations and investment executive with over 20 years of experience across agribusiness and international operations. Ladies and gentlemen, for the second time on stage today, and our moderator for this panel session, please join me to make welcome Mr. Temire Bob Egbe. I am privileged to be introducing big men and big money and big people in general, I must mention, but this one has a name that when you hear it, even in your sleep, the family name it smells money, but he's not just that. He is someone who is a program manager for green and digital economy, active in the Agriculture European Union delegation to ECOWAS. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, please join me to make welcome Mr. Hugh Briggs. In Delta State, when you hear the Briggs name, you'll be like, oh my goodness. I'm going to find out if it's in relation or just a similarity of the names. Hold on. Good afternoon. Please, gentlemen. All right, so without any further delay, these four gentlemen would be handling our second panel session. And it is focused generally on financing the farmer, not just the farm. So over to you, Mr. Temire, and then we'll follow up afterwards with a Q&A session. Enjoy.
Thank you very much. So again, welcome everyone. I know it's been a busy day. We've been having this dialogue and everyone has been talking about security. But this panel, we're going to be focused on finance. If the farmer doesn't know if he's going to get funding to, maybe expand, scale up, or even get seeds to plant, how does that affect the food security we've been talking about? To start off with, we have SMEs, subject matter experts on the panel today, and like I said earlier on, I want everyone to kind of be challenging, ask difficult questions, because we want the dialogue to be all about that. I'm going to just ask to start off, I'm just going to ask each of you one question. If there was anything you would like to change in the financial structure or the system that we have currently in the country, what would it be? I'm going to start from my left, Mr. Biggs. One thing in the current structure that we have in Nigeria, how farmers access funding.
Okay. So first of all, I'd like to introduce myself again.
Okay.
So my name is Hugh Briggs, and I manage the agricultural portfolio for the European Union delegation here in Nigeria and also West Africa. That's an interesting question, and I'm not going to take so much of your time. For me, I'm happy that we have a finance guru in our mix. I only work with a donor agency that over the last many decades have struggled to see that finance is well structured for the farmer. But I could take it in different perspective.
Yeah.
One, you can look at finance, tailor-made finance, available finance,
Yep.
sector-specific finance,
Yep.
and also government-tailored finance as well. The reason why I'm saying this is because there are a number of value chains in Nigeria that suffer to access finance, while other value chains access finance. Not so easily, but of course they do. So for me, I would say that one of the biggest challenges that we have now, and what I see now is, for a country like Nigeria to have a, and the idea is that not like the banks are not packaging access to finance, but I think there's a lot of difficulty, and I'm happy that maybe we can hear from him.
Thank you very much. That's a good segue. So we have the lenders here. So, Mr. Eze, could you, the one thing you think, and to what he raised about having access.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for having me. So if I look at what he said, and as a practitioner, the one thing I want to change is the level of CBN regulation for banks in the sector. Because as it is today, a lot of the challenges and the cries about access to financing, we need to juxtapose it against the fact that banks are actually the most regulated entities in this country as it is today. Now, we had made a suggestion, and I will repeat this suggestion again, and that is, currently, The cash reserve ratios that banks are supposed to keep with the Central Bank of Nigeria is money that sits idle in central bank. And we have said, why don't you allow the banks access to that money at a rate that is agreeable, which obviously is below 10%, and allow banks to lend these monies to agriculture if we say that agriculture is that food security is national security. Allow banks to lend. You can monitor where this money has gone into. If I, as a bank, use that money to lend to sectors that are not permissible under this program, slam me penalties that are equivalent to whatever profit I should have made from it. That will unlock a lot of money for funding agriculture. So, in a short note, yes, I believe this will have a very long-term effect. So that's the kind of thing I would like to see change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Chinedu.
Okay. Thank you for the question as well and for the opportunity. I think for me, what really I think will change is the way the government currently funds agriculture, right? So there is usually almost always interventions going on in the agri space. We had the Growth Enhancement Scheme, GES, at some point by Adesina and all. We have also had the Anchor Borers program and a lot of this intervention. I think the way they structure these interventions are, at the end of the day, some farmers see it as free money, like our own national cake. So once the money gets to them, they don't really understand the risk and then this wanting to pay back, which is something that we need to change. There needs to be that, because whenever there is, food prices are rising, rice, the bag of rice, the cost of bag of rice, the government wants to do something, which they should, but it's not well planned out and thought out. They just give out this cash, and what you end up having is a situation where it distorts the market for even the normal business lenders, and even the normal long-term investors in the agri space. So we need to change that and then have more a collective way of financing agriculture. I think that's, for me, is something that needs to change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You could see we have everyone of the panelists on there, and they have the same problem but different answers. So I like that. Not to put you on the spot, Mr. Eze, but we're talking about money. Everyone in this room, I'm sure, would want to get money from the bank for their farms. So you sitting on the other side, what raises a flag to you when you see farmers, or what makes you nervous when you see farmers we have this new opportunity, and then what makes you go, oh, this might actually work?
Okay, thank you very much. I was joking with somebody. I just said, the farmer has to be financed, but I'm actually not the person that will finance the farmer. And I will explain that comment so that you can understand the psyche. There are different kinds of banks. You have the microfinance banks, you have the development banks, you have the commercial banks, you have mortgage banks, you have merchant banks. Now, when you come to me as a farmer, I'm just trying to be practical. Please go along with me. When you come to me as a farmer, and you have, for the sake of argument, you have 1 hectare of land, and your cost of production on your 1 hectare of land, it's, let's just choose, let's say 3 million. So my question is, when I look at 3 million as funding that I'm going to give you to go to your farm somewhere very close to my village, so that I'm not looking at anybody's place, very close to my village. You're going to use 3 million to go to farm somewhere very close to my village. And I send it up to risk. A few questions will come, and that has to do with returns. Is it worth it? So it's easier for me to deal with an entity that comes and says, we have 300 members, 1 hectare each. That is 300 hectares. Our cost of production is 3 million per hectare. On that 300, we're looking at about, is it 90 million or 900 million? We're looking at about 900 million. Why am I interested in a ticket of 900 million? I will be able to look at, one, the input that will serve that 300 hectares. I'll be able to look at extension services because I don't have the expertise. When I say I don't mean me as Eze. I'm talking about as a bank. I don't have the expertise to monitor you from land preparation up to different stages. But I have somebody that I can contract and say, this is what you're going to be, and your cost is factored into the cost of production. I also can insist and say, let's go to seed council. At the last panel, someone made a comment and said that most of the things that we plant, they are not seeds, but they are grains. And fact has proved that over time. So we can actually go to seed council or go to anywhere and get appropriate seeds, have extension, talk to input dealers, and then we'll have a loop. We can bring a mechanization service provider to provide mechanization services for this cluster. We can talk to MTN and say, provide us monitoring between these geolocations. Let's see, at an online real-time basis, what's happening. That gives me a transaction to deal. It's not that one individual of 3 million that should make me say you're not funding farmers. So I think that there has to be a mindset shift from the way we do things. We need to move to understand that collectively we can achieve more, but individually we cannot. The banks, most banks don't do 1%, except you go to a microfinance bank and they are predominantly in that area where you operate. But you know that the rates will also make you want to look back. So basically, these are the kind of things that will make a bank today say, I want to do this. So that's breaking it down to transactions that are acceptable and that can make you want to take the risk.
Thank you very much. Also, I would like to get your perspective on that and ask directly, are farmers really high risk? And what's the challenge?
Okay, thank you. So I really want to build on what Mr. Eze had just said about, what he just talked about, the financing landscape, right? A single individual farmer, the cost of them financing a single individual farmer, it's almost the same cost. Like, it's the same cost for them to finance a larger transaction. So, of course, the economics of scale will work for them and they will do that. But even at that, the single farmer needs funding. And that's where we've been talking in the last conversation, the MTN presentation. The visibility of that single farmer is very important. Our farmers do buy seeds, like you mentioned, or grain, but they do invest in these things and they grow. They invest in maybe tractors of some form. We have Halo tractors and all of those kinds of transactions. But then, if they go to a bank or even to a fintech, nobody sees all of those transactions, right? If we then look at the consumer space, the consumer lending, we used to have that same challenge. Before, it was almost impossible for anybody to get a loan or credit. But now, sometimes you receive a call on your phone from somebody saying, hello, we have this amount, you're entitled to this amount of loan. Just make all of these processes. That's because the fintech space, there's been visibility. So we also need that kind of visibility for the agri space. People need to understand when a farmer is paying for seed, when he's paying for all of the pesticide and all of those things. And when he sells and receives money from maybe aggregator, he goes to the field to sell. Once that is visible, then it's easy to package credits and offers for him. And I think that will happen, just the same way we didn't expect that the consumer space, lending space will transform this way. But I'm very confident that also will happen in the agri sector. But we need people to come on board. Like the MTN also talked about, it's good to pilot some of these things. It might sound good on paper. We can think we can copy the model to agri, but until you pilot it, you wouldn't understand what the challenges and risks are. So hopefully that gets to see the light of the day. So yes, we need the long transactions, the big transactions, but we also need to find a way to fund the single farmer as well.
Just to follow up on your answer, so who's to fix that?
Well, if we start to wait for who will fix that, I think it's a challenge, but it's also an opportunity. If we use the credit, the space, the commercial, the individual funding space, things happened, the Nigerian interbank settlement system came on board, fintech started to emerge, people started to get interested, and of course the trial needed to scale, and that's where you see this transformation. So it's not only about who should do this. I think the systems are there. Yes, policies, we might want to say, let's make new policies and all, but sometimes the problem is not just the policy. In Nigeria, we have a lot of nice policies. It's actually the regulatory practices. Actually, what happens in practice is different from sometimes what we have on policy. So I'm not going to say the government should do that. But what I will say is that there are opportunities there. People sitting in this room, the young people here, very interesting conversations from some that have come to speak to me. I think we have the solutions. It's just, let's all be committed to move forward. MTN also has shown that they are there for us. So it's good to have conversation on that, to pilot some of these things and see how we transform it. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I'm going to come to you, Mr. Biggs. So I'd like to understand from an international standpoint what the EU is trying to unlock in terms of finance in Nigeria, what they've done in the past, or what is currently ongoing.
So first, I think before I respond to that question, let me shock you. Okay, probably maybe you will not be shocked. Do you know the amount of capital that is available? Do you know the amount of money that is out there for our local farmers in Nigeria? There's so much money.
I'll push back on that.
Yeah, there's so much money out there, and this is not coming from the European Union alone, from the government, from the African Development Bank, from the World Bank, from private institutions. There's a lot of money out there. However, the difficulty is how well is this financing going to the local farmer? And so from our end, I think in the last 7 years, the EU priority in Nigeria, in agriculture specific, before now, the EU was mainly focused on resilient agriculture, small scale, At this point, I think the EU now changed its strategy. Now we now have what we call the Global Gateway. Okay. So the Global Gateway is mainly investment. And so over the last number of years, I would say like the last 5-6 years, because the plan was rolled out like 7 years ago, 5-6 years, the EU has invested a lot in terms of value chain development in Nigeria. Also looking at agri-TVET. Earlier on, I saw MTN talk about IoTs. I was like, oh my God, IoTs. Because also the EU is also looking at digital in agriculture, using satellite technology to improve agriculture in Nigeria, but also importantly to attract investment. Attract very patient investment. For example, like linking the European Investment Bank to the Nigerian market, and also to see how the European Investment Bank could build strong partnership with Nigerian banks so they could de-risk agriculture in Nigeria. One of the biggest problems we have, Temi, is that our colleague here from the bank, the biggest problem is the banks are not, they are looking at the risks. At every point, the banks are looking at, okay, what's the risk in giving this local farmer this amount of money? And so they take so much time to check for this, check for that. And the government is supposed to be an intermediary. The government is supposed to step in to say, listen, let's stand as a guarantee for you guys. And that's why we have the Bank of Agriculture. But over the years, for many years, I'm happy for Ayo now, the new MD of Bank of Agriculture. he's doing a lot in terms of revitalizing, rebranding, and ensuring that, the agri sector, especially that bank, is in the forefront. But so over the years, what we've tried to do, we've tried to look at how do we do this. We have gone through Babangona. I don't know if you've heard of Babangona. Yeah. And we have, invested in Babangona. Babangona has been able to reach a number of farmers in Nigeria with our financing, and that is to local farmers. And we are going beyond that. So what the EU is doing now is there's a partnership now that we have linked. So we've currently, I know we have mobilized like 170 million euros, and I'm saying like the last 1 year, and we're partnering with the Bank of Industry and FCMB to be able to reach the local farmer. Now, our own cases, we just want to make sure we go to where we make the biggest impact. And I'm going to close with this to say that I have a friend, and she is marketing oil palm, for example. And she is really, there are no jobs in Nigeria, but she works with Yara Farms, and every day she rolls out videos talking about how people can come and invest. Shouldn't be the case. They shouldn't be struggling. There should be opportunities for people that will stand to the risks like we're doing, stand as guarantees, and also importantly ensure that insurance is taking the lead. We're not getting that. But hopefully, with what we're doing, with what the Nigerian government is doing, and of course currently right now, I see that the banks are changing. The narrative is changing. The banks are beginning to open up. For value chains like cocoa, like dairy, they do not want to go there. To be honest, I'm not going to lie to you. We are mobilizing more capital for people to go into that sector. The Nigerian government is saying no more powdered milk. We need to invest in dairy development. Who is going to go there? Who are the investors? How will the investors come in? Local investors will struggle because they are not getting the finance from here. And we are saying that, listen, we can get the finance there, but of course, it has to be all hands on deck. So I'm just saying that, listen, investment will come, but who will be there to provide the guarantees for our local farmers to access? And that's what we're asking the government to do. And that's what we're asking the banks to do, to work with collaborators and investors, say, we will stand as guarantees. We will direct this. Where are the insurance companies? And where are all these banks coming to stand? If we do not go that way, we can mix blending and directing for access to finance to reach the small local farmer. I'll stop there.
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up on that. So, but how do you, development fund, how do you measure the matrix of success? How do you measure that? And then, Mr. Eze, I think that was a shot fired at you about talking about the bank. No. So, be ready to answer that.
So, it's an excellent question. Many years ago, before I joined the European Union, I used to know that the EU has put in some funds, I think NGFP or so, a lot of money. I think they're putting around 20 million euros or more, or up to maybe 50. And I'm not going to mention the name of the bank. So, if you want to do guarantee, you bring the fund to say, Mr. X, listen, I know you don't want to give these farmers this money because you are scared of, you're not sure if they'll be able to pay back. I will guarantee them. This is guarantee finance, and I'm saying take 20 million euros, but make sure it's a guarantee for you to make sure you give to those farmers. If they default, we will get those fines. You can get this finance, of course. There has to be some due diligence that will be performed before you get that finance back. But give the monies out. I'm telling you, for 7 years, few farmers access that fund. Few, when I mean few, handful. And that's why, in our new collaboration, I try to make sure I'm in the room, to make sure we put all of these deals in written and signed, to say, please, we are mobilizing 170 million euros. Make sure this gets to the farmer. I was excited 2 weeks ago when I saw the MD of Bank of Industry come and say, hey, we just got 60 million euros from the EU. We will make sure it gets to the local farmer. Let's put heads together to make sure this finance works. So for me, I would say, listen, government will do. Government is in equity with Bank of Agriculture. But how well is this finance going in? So what we are saying is that let the banks also have some peace of mind, right? Let them test it a bit also and say, listen, if we have the risk in, if we have guarantee funds, we will make sure these funds go out. And we will do our due diligence for you to go out. So this is the challenge now. The banks are drawing their legs.
Mr. Eze, over to you.
I don't want to see it as shots fired. What he has done is actually to paint the picture of what the situation is. I'm aware of the money. I know the bank, and I know. So the question I ask is this: when you're doing your engagement, I'm not firing a shot now. When you're doing your engagement, if I take a bank like Union Bank, if there's anything Union Bank is known for, is for supporting agriculture to a large extent. Now, you engage with a bank that doesn't support agriculture and you give them money and they use it for trading. And you say you don't realize the results. I'm going to engage you, whoever you're giving that money to, you're going to include Union Bank. And if we don't deploy the money, then I will accept what you have said. So that's an answer to that shots fired. Then, another thing I want to say. So, I want us to, there are two things. There's a talk that, for political this thing, you just say it and everybody goes. I don't like doing that. I like saying as it is so that you know the truth. And if you actually want financing, then let's walk along the truth, because at the back end, while I do the sweet talking, there's a team, the risk team, who doesn't see you, who sees me as you're conniving with them to take money out. And I have to prove that I'm not doing that. I cannot finance a single farmer to buy a tractor. That's the truth. A tractor is not a car. We use more of rain-fed agriculture in Nigeria. So after that season, what happens to the tractor? You have a repayment that is running, and the tractor is there idle. But I will finance a mechanization service provider who aggregates X thousand hectares that he's going to work on in this year. Let's say he's working in Benue and Nasarawa, and he has 5,000 hectares or 10,000 hectares he's going to mechanize. I will finance him because I can see the cash flows that he will use to make repayment. But for an individual farmer who has 10 hectares, 20 hectares, if I give you a tractor on finance and I've killed you, that's the truth. So we will, as much as the individual farmer needs to be funded, if you look at the calls you get, you'll be profiled for this credit. Mind you, a back end has happened where they look at how many times you load your phone, how often do you finish that call, what data do you load. They do an iteration and they say this person can repay this kind of loan, and they call you. Who is collecting data on what the farmer is doing? What have you produced in this season? What have you produced in the next season? What seeds did you use? What fertilizer did you use? What challenges do you have? I don't know where that data sits. Federal Ministry of Agriculture say they have it. I have not seen it. Others that say they have it. So in terms of the infrastructure and who will build it, it's actually not the bank that will build it, because if you take a service like what the credit bureau does today, the credit bureau companies came up because of an order from CBN and a policy on credit bureau. We need that same kind of thing to happen. You understand? You have a lot of young guys. These are not the guys that will go to the farm, even if they have farms. Agriculture has moved to the point when we're talking about agriculture, it's not the hoe and cutlass that we'll see. But these are the guys that can develop systems that can track what people are doing. Now, we need something that allows me to say that XYZ company is recognized as the single source of data for this. So if I'm looking at yields and I log into your site and I see the yield and I can identify, let's say, Eze and Sons, I have that kind of platform, and I work with, at Afex, I work with Azikinoma, I work with Babangona, and I can put those data that includes the individual farmers and what the yields in their particular plots are. These things are possible, they're not impossible. And I see what the yields in their particular fields are. I'm not going to start asking you for collateral, because in the first instance, a farmer is a farmer. A farmer is not going to leave the farm and become a teacher tomorrow. He's going to go back to the farm because that's what he's used to doing. So if I have a single data source where I can get this information, it will really help the banks in lending to the farmer now. As it is, the banks are more comfortable because if I lend to Mr. B, who is a processor, I can see financials that speak to 3 years prior. I can look at what the management account is now, and I can look at what the headwinds and tailwinds tell me about the economy, and I can make projections. But because I don't have such information on who this individual farmer is, it makes it impossible. So is there need for us to move from where we are today to bringing the young people that have different data sets? I know that a lot of companies have different data sets. A lot have met me, and I also work with some of them. But there has to be something that gives them that level of authority, which is the policy we are talking about. And then, like the credit bureau system, I can log in and say, I got this information from this place. And because people want their brands to outlive them, you're sure that that single source is a genuine source. It will help us. But the banks don't drag their feet. Like I said earlier on, if you understand how banks are regulated, if I give a loan today and there's no collateral, the first thing I do, according to new IFRS law, is that I take 100% provisioning. 100% provisioning means I've given you money on one hand, I've reported it as a loss on the other hand. If that loan is for 2 years, I only recognize profit when you have paid. Any month you pay, I end up profit and write it off against that 100% provisioning. How many banks will run like that? So I fund agriculture, I take that kind of risk. Bank X does not fund agriculture. At the end of the year, they declare 1 trillion profit. If you're the board chairman of the bank where I work, won't you sack me? You will. So these are the things we need to understand. I tell people, in as much as there's a challenge, there has to be something you would do to make yourself different. And that thing you need to do to make yourself different is for you to be able to tell me that in the last 2 years, we had this challenge in the first year. We've taken care of it in the second year by doing X, Y, Z. And in this third year, going by these 2 experiences, these are the things we're doing. We don't expect this to happen. I have a basis. I took a young man. Sorry I'm saying this, but I have to say it. I took a young man and made sure that he was financed. And when he got the money, the first thing he did was, that information asymmetry. When I call him, I don't get him on the phone. Now the cycle has passed. He's supposed to have paid down. He has not paid down. I can't reach him, but I can still reach him because I know his office and all that. But you can imagine how heartbreaking that is when you go all out. Because a very young guy, on one of my trips, I saw what he was doing, and I felt that this person needs to be moved. So that credibility, having integrity is key in whatever you do as far as you're looking for financing, because the money we'll lend as a bank is your money that you have kept in the bank. That is what we aggregate and we'll lend. But our duty is to make sure that whenever you come for your money, we must give you your money. If I can't give you your money, I can borrow somewhere else, knowing that the one that you gave me is working somewhere, so I can borrow somewhere else and pay. So if we understand it, we'll be in a better position to fashion the kind of things we need. Somebody wants to do something. He hasn't even tried it. He comes to the bank, I need 200 million. Now, it's a concept that hasn't been tried. We haven't seen what the yields are. And we did it in a farm in Kwara State. It was rice. And that funding was over 3 billion. In the first year, the yield we got, national average was about 4 tons per hectare. We got 1.5. Not we, their process got about 1.5. Now we said, For the next year, we're not backing out as a bank. We're not saying you should pay. For the next year, these are the things we saw as challenges. Number one, there was no active genome in the seeds that you use. We'll bring in Syngenta. This was some years ago before Syngenta was acquired. We said we'll bring in Syngenta. Syngenta will do the seeds because Syngenta will give us assurance that they will give us seeds that will grow. Syngenta will do your inputs, that's agrochemicals, and Syngenta will do extension services for us to monitor. And the woman said, no, that we cannot decide for her. Very big woman, talks directly to the board chairman and all that. And they allowed them to do what they wanted to do. From 1.5 tons, the next time was below 1 ton per hectare. So growth of agriculture, like I said, it has to, if you look at what Babangana is doing today, as a Nigerian, I'm proud of Babangana. Because the scale and the recovery of what Babangana is doing today speaks to the fact that someone has been able to shape the thinking of a group of people who do farming, and they understand. And he has also given them gains from what they are doing. My initial comment when I said I would prefer to deal with 300 farmers that have 1 hectare each, which is 300 hectares and all that, is because of a success story, something that has worked somewhere. If you aggregate, if we have such aggregates, and we'll have the person that says, so I'm a banker, I'm not the one, I can't really talk to farmers and change their mentality, in all honesty. Sorry I'm taking so much time. I can't really talk to farmers and change their mentality. But you can actually talk to them and change their mentality. I will be at the back end and I will finance without them seeing me. We're 100% ready to work with you. Those are the things we need. For credit guarantees, NISAL, I used to work in NISAL at one point. I get guarantees up to 75% from NISAL. There's NCGC that has just come up. There's Impact Credit Guarantee, where I had also worked, that is also there to provide guarantees. So guarantees are actually not the major challenge. If you deal with a bank directly and say, I'm giving you 20 million euros, this 20 million euros is a partial guarantee for you to lend 100% of 20 million euros. My risk acceptance criteria should be able to secure me that I don't lose that money. And I don't have a problem with that. I'm very willing to work with you. And in that case, because I am lending with this kind of guarantee, we can look at rates. The guarantee funds you're giving me, I'm not giving CBN. CBN is not taking it as cash reserve ratio. So we can actually work out a model that speaks to interest rate, tenure, and all that based on that kind of funding. I feel sad today that there's no development finance in CBN in a developing economy. I think that along the line, probably government will still look at it and be able to fully fund NAT fund if they are moving out of development finance, fully fund NAT fund so that they can do that job and fully capitalize Bank of Agriculture. So the pressure for the small farmer will not be on me. The pressure on me will be to fund the processor that requires input from the small farmer. And the small farmer is funded by a Bank of Agri that is structured to fund the small farmer. And then we can have a system that works. So all in all, I think that there's need for a political will to solve this problem. What we'll see is passing the buck. And government is the highest spender. Every developing economy, government determines the direction of spending. And government has to take that decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Eze. Mr. Aguirre, next question. So is it the farmer's identity or land not being properly documented, like from what Mr. Eze was alluding to? So what would you say, is it a system problem and not really just the capital?
Okay, I think Mr. Brick said that capital is everywhere, but I agree with him that capital is really not the problem, right? So if you look a bit about some projects that have been funded or some loans, I've seen where $500 million, for example, was given for a livestock project, $500 million, and that's just one funder, right? Sometimes you see billions that being, if you really do the numbers, and sometimes these are loans that are given to the government, and then of course that means we are going to pay for it as a nation. Many of these development institutions, the multilaterals. So there is a lot of money out there, but it's just, is it going to the right people? And is the right people being on the table, or people getting to know about what they are doing? So that's why I think, yes, it's encouraging for so many people. I don't want to be a motivational speaker to say money is not the problem. Indeed, like he said, money is not the problem. The ideas is the thing. And then the networking to sit at the right table is also very important. In terms of, I also agree with Mr. Eze about the banks. It's difficult really for the banks to fund individual farmer based on what we have at the moment. But like he mentioned, and like we all agree, maybe it's not just the banks. The fintechs can do that, or the agri-tech companies can do that. But the system has to be there, put in place to do that. Who would do that? Again, like he mentioned, there are policies that need to be in place. Like he talked about the credit bureau. Yes, we need something like that in the agriculture sector. We need to have the visibility of what the farmers are doing. That's just the bottom line of that. You need to understand who the farmer is buying from, who he's selling to, what he's doing, who is providing services to the farmer. All of that needs to be there. And if it's there, and then there are, like we said, we as Sahel Consulting, we are committed to do a pilot on this. We also have projects. We also have some funding from the, like the Dutch government, like Mr. Hughes knows, they are very passionate about funding agriculture in Nigeria, especially in the seed system. But the seed, if you want to fix the system, you need to fix the whole value chain, not just the seed system. So, yes, we are going to work on financing. I'll also be coming to you, Mr. Eze, to the MTNs and all, for us to build a partnership that really works to help unlock this challenge and solve the problem for everyone.
Thank you. Just to add to what you were saying, it's more of a follow-up. So from your experience, what has worked and what has not worked?
So I think from what I've seen from the different activities we've been doing in consulting agriculture sector for the last 5 years, one of the closest model that is controversial model, but is the last funding that was done, the Anchor Boras program. Yes, it failed, or it depends on who you talk to. Some people still feel it was a success in one way or the other. But it's that understanding that funding a farmer, you need to try to cover the whole value chain, from the processor, his input, the kinds of input he used. Like if you use the wrong seed, that's already a problem. Your yields are going to be less than even the national average, which is also very low. So the input he's going to use, the pesticide he's going to use, and then how it gets to the hands of the processor and also to the market to sell. All of that chain has to be there. But again, the problem was the government taking a very big role and people understanding or thinking this is free money. Because when it came to the hands of the farmers, they all thought, yeah, it's my time to have my own government money. But we need to really look at it as a value chain activity. And like he said, it's not just the commercial banks. Even the development finance people need to sit on the table. They have the kind of risk that they are best positioned to cover. The commercial banks have the kind of risk that they are best positioned to cover. Even in the tech space, there are solutions. The extension, very good to see that the organizations such as Private Extension is coming up to solve our extension problem. The processors have to be there in the room. All of these actors have to sit in the room to design a lending and everybody to share the risk. It's more like a syndication like they do in the oil and gas sector. That's what we need to do in the long run to fund the big projects, the big value chain like rice and all. But of course, the smaller ones, there still needs to be the visibility to do that. So I think I will just end there.
Thank you. So I'm going to come to you, Mr. Briggs. So for the what is the market failure that development capital is actually supposed to correct? I know you alluded to it, you spoke about it earlier on, but I just want you to elaborate.
Okay, so I think I'll just be brief. First, I'll say that I'm 100% with Mr. Eze. You cannot lend to an individual farmer. For us, we advocate for cooperative lending. We push for strong cooperatives in Nigeria. The reason why we dealt with Babangwana was because that's his model, right? We have provided technical assistance to the government, especially to the Ministry of Agriculture, to look around Africa and look at what is the best model that we could learn in terms of cooperative. Because we see that earlier there was a lot of discussions around data. There's a lot of data in Nigeria, but we do not have an aggregated data. Without an aggregated data of cooperatives that we have, listen, cooperatives, I mean functional, working, not political cooperatives, right? Functional working cooperatives in Nigeria, that we could use those models. I know as far as even the minister and some of his team went to Kenya, we funded that because Kenya has a very good model. And they saw the cooperative model in Kenya. The idea is to come back to Nigeria, remodel it, so that lending can also take that shape. So I would say that from this perspective, I'm 100% with him. And we, of course, even in our programming, we have a program called EU VASE. We funded, and I think VASE is also doing something with Sahel. We funded GIZ with co-funding from the German Corporation. And we're looking at how do we strengthen a number of value chains. For example, like dairy, cocoa, soya, maize, sorghum, around feed for dairy, but specific, we're trying to see how can we revitalize the dairy sector in Nigeria. And we are doing it in earlier, I was discussing with Torisi at the back, and we say collaboration, and Torisi was like, man, what do you mean by collaboration? Collaboration, what's next step? So what we have done, and I was discussing with my colleague as well, to say that, listen, we have hired a consultant to aggregate all key actors around that value chain, around the dairy value chain. So for us, I think if you use that model, it will be easier to coordinate. If there's a forefront, someone coordinating, leading, ensuring that next steps are always identified, milestones are identified, and we move to the next step, it's easier that way. But coming back to your question, development finance is not there to distort the market.
Okay.
No, please. Some school of thought are thinking it will distort the market. No. If it's going to distort the market, there's going to be a lot of things that will happen. But we are not doing that, and we don't want to do that, right? What the European Union does is to strengthen and build institutions. What we do is to strengthen the Nigerian sector, especially the Nigerian finance sector. And for many years, I mean, not because of our agri project, there are many other projects we're implementing in Nigeria that will also do development finance. There are EDFIs. Currently, right now, there's a Nexus window that is coming into Nigeria. We have just signed a contract with them. With FMO. FMO is the Dutch finance institution. And what they are doing is to strengthen agrify, electrify, more like energy for agriculture. So what we do is whatever finance we're bringing, of course, we need to play by the rules. And remember, for any project that the European Union implements in Nigeria, we sign what we call the finance agreement with the Nigerian government. And all our programming go through the Nigerian government, signed and agreed before we go into the market. And plus, like I said, there are discussions with the Nigerian banks. What's the MPR saying? What's the interest rates? What rate are we adapting? Single digit, patient, that would stir a lot of appetite for the local farmer. When I say the local farmer, I mean farmers in cooperatives. But of course, we do not fund production level alone. It's across the value chain. So we're looking at processors, aggregate, across the entire value chain. And that's why I said our approach is value chain development. And in all the areas that we're working. But interestingly for us, we do not want to distort the Nigerian market with our finance. Rather, we want our finance to strengthen institutions in Nigeria.
Thank you very much. I'll so from what Mr. Briggs was talking about, not lending to individuals, they'll rather have clusters or aggregating farmers. So what advice, Mr. Eze, would you give a young agripreneur or a young farmer that wants to go into, or might be in the audience or watching online, that wants to go into agriculture and discouraged on where the finance will come? As a farmer, Erimet and Cabin, we were able to get some finance, but speaking for the millions of Nigerian youths that don't have access to this finance, what advice would you give them, or what preparation should they be making?
Okay. The young man that wants to go into farming, first of all, should not think of hoe and cutlass. In fact, at one forum, I said that the textbooks should be changed. You can't put a doctor with his white lab coat, the lawyer in suit, the fireman wearing his fire gear, and then you put a farmer hanging a hoe on your shoulder. Nobody will ever want to be a farmer. Never. So I think that's a mentality shift that we need to have. And I know that for most of the people here, the kind of agriculture they are looking at is not the hoe and cutlass kind of agriculture. If you're not looking at the hoe and cutlass kind of agriculture, and you're looking at along the value chain, let's even leave, I'll come to primary production, let's leave primary production out for now. Along the whole gamut of the value chain, there are ways those transactions can be structured, beginning and end. We know where it's ending. You're either aggregating and you're supplying with logistics in between. We can tie all that up, even without experience. If you're dealing with parties that are investment grade, say you're supplying Nigeria, let me just use one of the grade A companies, you're supplying them, where we can discuss and say, I'm tying my payment to this bank. I will finance you, but when you're paying me, you pay into this account in this bank. That's very possible. Those finances are arrangeable. Let's go back to primary production. For primary production, for every young person here today that wants to venture into primary production, I want to believe that you will do primary production in a very different way from what is currently happening. Because what is happening does not even give you enough land. If you look at land where you're going to do the design, you might not be able to access any land that is reasonable. But if you go with the intention of adding value to the community where that land is, you'll be shocked that the community will bring out land. When they bring out land, you don't necessarily have to be the farmer, but you will be that person that I talked about that is able to change the psyche of the farmers in bringing them together, making them understand that this is what can happen. And then if I get money from you here, I will be able to fund you, because I will not fund you doing primary production with commercial rate. You know that it doesn't, in as much as we're doing this thing, to a large extent, businesses are supposed to grow. Something that kills businesses is actually high interest. It kills businesses, which makes me to believe, this is my personal view, that the central bank is not interested in lending to the economy as of today. They are more interested in mopping up money in the economy to contain inflation. That's why interest rates and the liquidity ratios are as high as they are, is to discourage lending. But if we have an active engagement or an active collaboration with a party like yours, then such monies are not liable to cash reserve ratio and all that. No. Those monies come in as injection that can be treated in the case. So currently, we're doing something on cocoa with one of the European, and we're lending at 9% to cocoa farmers in the southwest. In fact, the money is finished. What we are trying to do is to see, they said they will refund us, and we're trying to work out the bank funding that to continue that lending while they give us replacement for it. So it's not impossible. It's just like I said, the willpower has to be there to decide that this is what we are going to do. Food production, national security, you cannot separate both. They're tied in the hips. That's the gospel truth. For those of you that have traveled to Europe, when you go to the hinterlands, on the right and on the left side of the road, there are farms. You will see maize or even wheat that we're talking about. You will see wheat 300 kilometers traveling on a particular, in this Ukraine. So, do we have land? We have too much land. If we want to remove the ungoverned spaces so that we can contain security, we must actively think of putting those lands into economic use. It's not, some part of it goes beyond what I'm saying. There is also the need that if you're building that capacity, security must be discussed. We cannot build that capacity without discussing security. That's the gospel truth. because at the end of the day, nobody wants to take a loss on account of ungoverned spaces, and then it becomes a loss that you bear as a bank, and then the person who has initiated the project, your spirit is not just dampened, but you are now carrying a heavy load of debt which you have to repay. So everything comes in. But is it possible? Yes, I believe. Even if we don't want to go to the ungoverned spaces, if Babangana doesn't go to the ungoverned spaces, he's still making impact. Choose an ungoverned space. Then we can work it out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. To kind of wrap it all up, and we'll have maybe one or two questions from the audience. So, Mr. Agber, I want to kind of just bring it back to the cost of capital. As Mr. Eze was talking about the interest, I want to use that to just round it up. So, are we focused on access to finance and not the focused enough on the affordability of actually affording the finance?
Yeah, but it's the reality, right? The banks can't lend or below what the official rate is, right? The MPR and plus and all of those things, right? So also if you like Mr. Hugh was saying, nobody wants to distort the market. If you make it too off the market rate, what you create is also a situation where somebody can borrow at your very cheap rate and just exactly and just put it there and just risk free be making the money. So that's the thing that you need to find alternative. Like I see young people who are starting up. Equity might be a longer option, different kinds of equity or private debt, looking at the possible solution. But the market is what the market is. Single digit, yes, they can work under the different intervention that is done, but you need to find a way. Also to add to what Mr. Eze is saying, in terms of the kinds of production, the kinds of farming you're doing, don't expect it to be a short-term money-making venture. Agriculture is not that easy. I was talking to a startup here who was telling me they're into commodity trading, and I'm like, that's a very difficult area. But the way he explains it, you think it's very easy. But when you start, you realize it's not as easy as you say. So you have to be very clear. Off-cycle production is also very important. What I mean by off-cycle, the tomato prices, for example, moves with the season. At certain times of the year, tomato prices are very cheap. At other times, it's very expensive. That's because of the production also, because our farmers are mainly open field production, depending on the weather. If you want to farm and make a lot of money, you have to farm off-cycle. So when the market is not there, or that you should be able to produce at that same time, which there are technologies to do that, which is out there. So I think with the combination of that, you can really, not just depend on only open field. Like he said, the rate, if you're producing only within the normal cycle of production, and then after the rains drop, your equipments are idle, but your financing will still be running. So you need to find a way to produce all season. We have the climate for all year-round production. The technology is there. It's just combining those to make it cheaper for yourself. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Biggs, you want to say something to that, or do you want us to just move to Q&A? So can someone just, oh, wow. Okay. We might only be able to take a couple, maybe 2 or 3. So, who's passing the mic, please? So we have 1, 2, someone, okay, 3.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, my name is Handan Usaya. It's a privilege for me to be here today. I want to appreciate every one of you for the inputs. Thank you very much, sirs. All right, I found out that I built a platform that answered all these questions, but I didn't have the limelight and I didn't have the network. We built a platform called Achiever Grow. And Achiever Grow is to solve the issue of structural financing. Like you were kind of having issue in regards to saying that giving individual farmers, right? You prefer cooperative or something. But Achiever Grow answers all these issues, whereby a farmer can just apply to farm on that same platform and get monitored, and you get the data from that platform. Now, but the issue that we have is this. We're not able to get the funding because we are not licensed in issue of structural financing. So we are still in the process of having to connect with, let's say, a SEC company or a structural finance organization. So that's where the challenge is currently right now. But my platform, the platform Achieve or Grow, can solve all these issues and all these questions, because when you invest in that platform, it's not only about farming. It takes care of the logistics, takes care of the exporters. We are already in discussion with off-takers, we are with aggregators, and we're already signing contract MOU, so as when the platform begins, the issue of market, buying and selling is taken care of. So instead of MTN to come in to invest, I want you to help me so that I will partner with MTN. Let MTN partner with that platform. And
Sorry,
ensure...
so what's the question?
Okay, the question now is this. How can someone like me, with that kind of platform, Achieve or Grow, have this, like you said, you need, let's say, a policy or something, that authority. I need that partnership. I need that authority, also a kind of connection, synergy with the fact that I can come to limelight. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And are you directing that to who on the panel, or do you want?
Yeah, let me just help. So technically, you've built something. You think it is the solution. I'm just saying, you believe that what you have built is the solution. But who has validated what you have done? That's number one. So when there's still a lot of work to be done, coming to this place is one of such works. Secondly is, before the MTN guy left, if he has, I don't think he's gone. You should have met him. Yeah. You met him. Good. So you are in the right path. Now, on the policy part, the government people are not here. But we are hopeful that we're going to get to a point where, like the credit bureaus are licensed today. When people jackpot and they were owing in Nigeria, you know, when you get a job there, they will log into Nigerian Credit Bureau and they will tell you you're owing. Yes. The COVID intervention loan that National Microfinance gave, a lot of people that travel, many of them were sending money to pay down and get a letter of non-indebtedness to get a job there. That's how strong the credit bureau has become. This has started an agitation, and I'm sure you have noted it, but it's something that is required in this sector. We need to have what you're talking about. We've never met before, but I know 3 other people that also think they have the solution. So I think that CBN or a regulator will have to, or SEC will have to look at what guidelines people will have to adopt, data privacy and all that, so that for the people that conform, you will now become registered and you will now come to you. So you are in the right path. Continue.
Thank you. Next question.
Good afternoon. My name is Okwemi Salako. So I would like to direct my question to Mr. Eze from Union Bank. And also like to also say thank you to the other 2 panelists. It's funny how I spoke to them earlier before the panel, and I could say that this is a very great panel. So you asked him a question that, for him to advise young people, and I'll bring my question from that regard. So I'm a young person, and I also serve as the partnership and engagement for the World Food Forum Nigerian chapter. So my interest agriculture span of when I had the opportunity to be at the UN during the World Food Forum. So I started an agribusiness, Osala Agric. So within the last 2 years, we've been working, myself and my co-founder. At the point, she was like, she wanted to give up. I said, let's keep on. So talking about primary production, we're able to acquire 1,000 hectares in Niger State through JV. And the model we're looking at is say we partner with the Nigerian Commodity Exchange to offtake everything that we harvest from that farm. And finance was a problem, so we approached the NADF. We had an engagement with them, and they asked me a lot of questions to know if I really know what we're talking about, the primary production. We're trying to produce soybeans. I was able to answer their question, and they were really willing to fund us. So the model is, we got the land through the Niger State government. And it's a good thing for us. It's a brown field. It's not forest. And then we're also working with the Extension Africa to provide extension services, train the farmers. We spoke with OCP Africa for seed, IITA for fertilizer. I think we were able to check those boxes. Then when we got to the NADF, and NADF said, okay, they have a model called the blended finance, where we have to go through a commercial bank. In this set, we say, okay, let's go with Sterling Bank. And when we approached Sterling Bank, say we need a credit guarantee, so we took NISA. So NISA said they can do 75% guarantee, so remain 25%. So in this case, maybe we have to get a private investor to stake for that, so we have a 100% guarantee. Now, my question is, approaching Sterling Bank told me that for me to, for the company to be able to access this, it's obvious there were young people. We're trying to to take a bold move. Sterling Bank is not saying that for them to consider, we have to have like, let's say, 150% or 2x or 3x of the money we are requesting for the primary production. Because the primary production, on the economics of production, is 700,000 naira for 1 hectare. So what that means is that for 1,000 hectares, that would be 700 million. So the farmer farms it, the exchange provide the warehouse in that region, and they offtake everything. So the exchange will also give guarantee in terms of guaranteed market assets. So they take it, we don't control the money, the exchange takes it. When they sell it, they return the money to the financial institution. It's only the profit that then comes to us. I think that was a good model. But now we're unable to access because Sterling Bank is saying that we have to have like 2x of the money that we're requesting. So what do you advise me to do?
When you say 2x, that you must have a history.
Like revenue.
Revenue. This is your first time.
Yes.
So, you see, no. So exactly. When you look at funding SMEs, this is not written by me. This is by World Bank. You're a startup, and your initial ask is 700 million.
Yeah, we've been trading commodity.
If you've been like trading commodity is different. You're aggregating from farmers. Now you're going into primary production. Now, if you had done a trial and you could show that we have done 10 hectares, this is what and we're now scaling up. Let me tell you the risk. But I'm not Sterling Bank. I'm not holding brief for them. But see the thing that would have happened in Sterling Bank. Somebody in risk will ask Niger State, insecurity. So if headsmen go in there, what happens? That was why I said a trial in a particular place. So the space where you are, there's a lot of ungoverned spaces in the area where you are, and a lot of things had happened. And nobody wants to take the risk because you can't even take insurance that can cover you for it. There's no insurance that covers for that as of today. If there were, your cost will be higher because that's the insurance I will take, and you will pay the premium for it. You understand? So why don't you do a trial? And then what they would have looked at is, in your commodity aggregation, what kind of volumes are you doing? Have you done up to 700 million? Those are the things. We must be able to match request with capacity. One of the C's of credit has to do with capacity. If you don't have collateral and you get all the guarantees and something goes bad, is your net worth up to that 700 million? Those are the things that the bank will check. So we can sit down and restructure it into something that will work.
Right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, maybe I should add that it's also not to discourage you. It's good to be ambitious, right? And what you also need to understand is there are different kinds of capital. So it's not just only a bank that can fund you. You know, you could go for a grant, you could go for different things. You know, so you need to find the right kind of capital. Don't stop trying. Keep talking to different funders. It should not just be only the banks. Try to find out there are also, you know, donor agencies, organizations that are funding, you know, different young people schemes like yours. So don't give up. But like you said, even you put yourself in the shoes of the bank, it's Yeah, it's quite risky. If you have a history, like he has said, you've done this before, then it's easy for them to have a history to know that they can fund you. But keep trying, check other options, and you probably will get something. Thank you.
So we're just going to take one more. Yes.
Good day, sir. My name is Gordon Paul James. So my question is to Mr. Briggs. I'm like, if we have this problem of farmers, like the problem is farmers doing their stuff, like, okay, are you going to give us this, the risk and all of that? I'm thinking, why don't we have a body that monitors them, that say, okay, if we give them this money, we monitor them from beginning to end, so I will know that they are doing their work, because the bank is afraid of the farmer, that the farmer will lose the money and all of that. You guys, are the European Union investors too, are afraid. So let's just have a body that will monitor the farmer, and I think everything will be good.
So I barely hear him. Like, to
Could
be
you put
honest,
the
like,
mic-
I barely hear you.
Sorry. What I'm saying is that we should have a body that monitors the farmer, because the farmer is the problem that everybody, the risk is on the farmer. So if you can have people that monitors the farmer, make sure they are doing their due diligence and all of that, I think we won't have a problem.
Yeah, of course, you're correct.
And I'm also saying, if you guys are afraid of partnering with the banks to give farmers funds, why don't we have like a private, like a guarantor, private guarantor that will just do that? Probably share risk and all of that, those agreements.
I kind of like your ideas, to be honest, and I also understand your question. But there's no how we can be in the market. I mean, the EU is coming with, for example, if the EIB is coming to invest in Nigeria, and they are mobilizing funds, right? They cannot monitor the farmer. So you
okay,
asked, will you allow me? Is it okay you allow me to respond?
Okay, no problem.
Because if you now keep asking, we keep going. Let's make it very short.
No problem.
If we identify, so this is what we do. When the EIB comes to Nigeria, they do a kind of due diligence with virtually almost all the banks. Which bank in Nigeria is financing agriculture the most? And this is aside from, the development finance that we have already in Nigeria. But across all of the commercial banks, for instance, who is financing agriculture? Oh, let's look at, okay, Lapo. Okay, Lapo, I think they have a record of financing agriculture. But, I mean, what's their credibility? So this is the due diligence that they do with all the banks. Now, at the end of the day, they map these banks and then they have conversations with them. And that's what Mr. Eze was talking. I'm not in a position to identify which bank, but of course I can have some say to say, okay, let's have these conversations. When these banks are identified, right, they have different bilateral meetings with them. When these meetings are finalized, the EIB has the responsibility to say, listen, haven't spoken to a number of these banks. I think what suits our business model is Bank X. Now, when they go to Bank X to say, okay, this is the model we are going to do, they sign an agreement, they sign a contract, they sign an MOU, whatever it is. It is not the responsibility of the bank now to take leadership, to go. It's not for us. So the bank,
so the question should be directed to him.
If they lend to you, then the bank will follow you up, not the financiers of that.
So it's the bank problem now. So the bank should like create a body like that.
So listen, I think your question is literally saying about, we're not talking about people defaulting now. We are not talking about access. So your question is really, I don't know if I'm responding to your question. I also need to know.
What I said is, you guys said if you give, the problem now is the farmers.
Yes.
You are the one wanting the money.
You are the people not getting the funds, right?
Okay, we're not getting the funds because of the bank. So now what I'm saying is, why don't we have a body? I'm saying, please, why don't we have a body that monitors these farmers so that the bank can trust the farmer that, okay, if we give you guys this fund, you guys will use it well.
I don't know, Mr. Eze, do you want to
try?
I think, okay, do you want to, or you wanted to meet you after?
Okay, but before I even react to you, somebody asked a question here. He said, we often say we are financing agriculture, but we aren't. Are we just financing planting? If execution, logistics, knowledge of market access determine profitability, how should agricultural finance evolve to fund successful outcomes rather than just production? I think it takes a part of your question. And I'll tell you this. In agriculture, primary production is just one part. It's just one part. You have input, you have mechanization, you have logistics, You have logistics and storage. You have market access. In market access, you have the domestic market access. You have the export market access. I can decide today as a bank that I want to put my focus on processing, market access, local and foreign. That's my forte as a bank. So I'm going to start funding processors, I'll fund exporters, and I'll fund major aggregators within the economy. What does my funding do? My funding catalyzes production. That production, because the aggregator must get must get output from the farm. The aggregator that is closer to the farmer, that is getting output from the farmer, is in a better position to fund the farmer. I can fund the aggregator to fund the farmer. Yes, and we do it. I can fund the aggregator to fund the farmer. Like I said, I don't have capacity to know what the farmer is doing because the line is too long to where I am. But for the aggregator who has a contract, I see the contract and the counterpart is ready to domicile payment to me. I can fund him to fund the farmer if he will accept responsibility for the farmer. But you know what the problem is? A lot of the aggregators are not willing to accept that responsibility. And may I tell you the gospel truth as it is? A lot of farmers have also not lived up to expectation. A lot of people have accessed monies and they have just disappeared into the thin air. Like I said, if the bank is going to lend money today, the money I am lending is an aggregate of the deposits I have received. The student who is saving, the mama frying akara to send her children to school to pay school fees in September, who is saving today, the big businessman who has won a government contract and is keeping part of it to execute the job, those are the monies in my hand. And then you come today that you want the money, and I give you, and then I don't see you. That's an impairment on me. You understand? So it has happened over and over. And why is a farmer able to run away? Because there's no data that ties a farmer to the land where he's farming. We don't know who the farmer is. We can't see the farmer. I have seen you today. While I was in NISAL, I know we would try to do something. I'm no longer with NISAL now. But as at that time, what we were trying to do was what we call agro-geo cooperatives. So if we come to Adamawa, and in this cluster, you have 1,000 hectares. Who are the farmers tied to these 1,000 hectares? Can we chart this 1,000 hectares so that, if you go to Google, you will see this 1,000 hectares. And on this 1,000 hectares, you see the farmers that are responsible here. And how do we even know who the farmers are? We have to work with the local authority, the Hakimis. They are the ones that confirm that these people have this land holding. And then we can actually lend because we now know who the people are. And we know that if we lend and you default, what you have done is to deny the other members of this cooperative access to finance. I'm not going to chase you. They are the ones that will chase you to make sure that you pay that money. That's the model we're talking about, a model that talks about accountability. So when you say, give us this money, give this money, there's no money anywhere. I'm going to take money from somewhere. The building you see as a bank does not have money. It's the aggregate of what you have deposited in the bank that will take and give. But I must give it in a structured way that money will come back for me to pay the other people. I don't know if that answers your question too. Thank you.
So I'd like to thank everyone. I'd like to especially thank my panelists. And anyone that still has questions, you can meet with them individually after they step off stage. Again, thank you, everyone. Okay, we're gonna call on the next panel now to and that's gonna be our final panel. Just bear with me. Let me pull that up. I don't have it here. Oh. I didn't know I was going to do that.
Because your guy left now. You guys were
He said
taking too
1:30.
long.
Yeah.
Hello. I want to thank everyone that has sat down, and I hope you've had a riveting experience and learned and heard so much. So now me and my co-convener will take over MC and hosting duties because I'm trying to practice my public speaking a little bit. So while he's trying to figure out the names of the next panelists, at least I remember, I will want to call on our moderator to come on the next panel and introduce the rest of the guests. This particular moderator, hello everyone. Sorry, I know we're getting a little tired, but we'll go faster if we can all just pay attention and, run this along. So this next panel will be talking about logistics as one of the major crises we have in Nigeria to food insecurity. The moderator that will be leading this panel was one of our members of our community from our AgriConnect workshop last year. In the beginning, when I don't know if some of you were here, we mentioned how we had a workshop and access to grants and some of the other things AgriConnect has grown into. And Mr. Abdul was one of the beneficiaries of our training and our workshop. So permit me to introduce CEO of Glow Farms to please come up and introduce the rest of his panelists and take it from there.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Please, can you see me? Anyone with high heel, to please borrow me an high heel so you could see me very well. It's been a pleasure being here. I know we're kind of tired, but we'll be very fast, we'll be very brief, but of course we'll be very effective. I'd like to introduce and call up my panelists. First is we have two gentlemen and a lady. But first, again, I'm a gentleman, I'm an African man, and please permit me to welcome the lady. They say ladies first, right? We say it and we mean it. Please, a round of applause for Nancy Olisakwe. Nancy is the COO of AgriConnectX Technology. Then the next person would be Mr. Lauren Toba Olaoba, who is the Assistant Farm Manager at Basanjo Farms Nigeria Limited. You can sit there. And then we have the money bank in the house. It's a money bank. I'm not talking of Abdul Wasiu Microfinance Bank. I'm not talking of myself. Please welcome Mr. Abiodun Okunla, Head of Poultry, Central Bank of Nigeria. Oh, sorry, you're representing him? Oh, my apologies. But it's fine. Yes, please.
So, it's Ed Innovation Management, Central Bank of Nigeria. Yeah, thank you.
I take responsibility for that. Thank you very much. Yes, so like I said, we'll be very brief, we'll be very fast, and we will be very effective. But before we start, this is not the new panel session. We're just continuing from the flow of the previous panel session. You want to respond to one of the questions from the audience? You still want to do that? Okay, so there is a question from one of the audience that we thought we should throw more light and add more flesh to it. And Mr. Okola would like to do that before we get into the business of the day.
Yes, so I think my friend from Union Bank spoke a lot around what I wanted to say. It's how young people see money in commercial banks. It is not the bank's money, right? And also, the cost of funds depends on what we call the monetary policy rate. So there's no way that market cost can ever be lower than the monetary policy rate. So, and then they have to have the cost of their expenses, cost of paying salaries, and they also still want to make a profit. So when, and the guy sitting there too said something I really liked. There are different kinds of capital. So if you're doing something really innovative, I can assure you get a venture capital or a grant or something like that. And interestingly, there are thousands and thousands of that for young people, for women, for what we call that special intervention group. But you just need to be able to prove that what you're doing has special value. So I wanted to pull that out quickly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The person who asked the question, is the person still in the room? Okay. Oh, absolutely. But it is being recorded, right? I'm sure he will definitely have a view of this and get more insight into his questions. So I would like to, again, start from the first person to my right, Mrs. Nancy. Again, like I said, we say it and we do it. Ladies first. In the panel session all through today, we've heard capital, move capital, give me money, I want money. Nancy, if you were giving money, what would you fix first in the supply chain link? Is it bad roads? Is it aggregation hub? Is it cold chain? Perhaps, is it even pricing board? Would you even like to regulate pricing? What exactly would you fix first and why if you were giving this money?
Good day, everyone. It's such a great pleasure to be here. Looks like we are all exhausted, or are we together, please? All right, thank you. So if I were to be given money, and I think I would follow the numbers. Statistics has it that close to 30 to 50% of the agri-produce has been lost to food wastage. And I understand that most of the activities happens almost immediately after harvest and before it goes into the wholesale process. So for me, I would focus on food storage, professionally managed food storage system that is backed with digital process. And that what that does is that it solves a lot of problems. It immediately solves the problem of food loss, because food wastage actually happens towards the end of the chain, towards the consumers. And also, I would first of all focus on targeting the food loss problem. And what that does is that immediately reduces that problem and also creates opportunities that would unfold, such as creating avenues for access to financing, because when we have that storage system that is digitally enabled, it creates access and visibility for the market. Once we have that in place, we can also leverage on that to have maybe established warehouse receipt system where people can log in from wherever and see the inventory level. Buyers can trust the system more because they can leverage on the data, they can see where the inventory is, and they can possibly share and provide offtake agreements because they trust that the inventory does exist. And on the back of that, we can get financing from banks because they can leverage on what is available to finance the process. So while we're trying to look at maybe logistics, working on the road, which are long-term solutions. I think solving the issue of providing professional warehouse would help solve the immediate problem, also create like a platform for the other changes or innovations that could happen to run on the back of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nancy. Please, a round of applause for her. I would like to point something out so you understand exactly what we're trying to achieve with this panel session and with this particular summit. Nancy, please, what did you study in school?
Well, I studied economics, BSc, MSc, yeah.
In economics. Mr. Kola, please, what did you study in school?
Because it's plenty. Okay, first degree, Agric from OAU, a master's in agribusiness and trade policy from Australia, another master's in managerial psychology, another master's in business admin. So,
interesting. Mr. Lawrence Oba, please.
So I did veterinary medicine as a first degree, then proceeded to get a master's in preventive veterinary medicine.
Interesting. Well, I'm not a panelist. Do I need to say? Well, I went to school. Let's put it that way. I went to school. Okay, fine. First degree, I studied business administration, and I have a master's in business administration from Business School, Netherlands. Yes, clap. Why I pointed this out is for everyone in the room, you don't have to study Agric for you to be in Agric. And I wanted to point out that you're not just here to listen to what we have to say. You can be part of the panel tomorrow. You can actually be anything you want to be. So you don't have to actually have studied agriculture before you can pick a career in agriculture. And that is why I wanted to point this out, that she studied economics, I studied business administration, he studied veterinary medicine, he studied agribusiness. And today we are in agribusiness space, and we are opinion leaders, we are thought leaders in the industry. So that is why I wanted to point out that you don't have to be primarily in your first degree to have studied agriculture before you can be here. That's why it's important. I wanted us to point out, pay attention, so that what we get out of here, it will be very useful to us. I forgot his name, of our guy from Union Bank did say, agriculture is not farm and hoe anymore. I didn't study agriculture, but I own a farm today. I have farm workers today. As I'm seated here, so there are people in my farm today that are working, right? So if I didn't study primarily or as my first degree, but today I run a successful agribusiness, then you can also do that. Then you can also do it. So please, you are not just here to listen. Please take a very key point from here, and hopefully, because one of the success story for us, or the outcome of this summit for us, is that we're not just here to talk. Again, I think there was some Agric platform that currently I think is ending today. Every day, seminars, platform, conferences, Agric every single day. But for us, we just don't want to tick the box again as having another Agric summit again. No. We want to have an outcome where after the summit, we can point and say, these are the outcome of our summit. And these are the people who actually made sense out of the summit that we organized in Abuja. We can actually have a memo that we can actually put as a working document and say, these are the outcomes from the panel session or from the panelists. These are their recommendations to the problems that plague our industry today. Agriculture is one of the oldest business in the world. The day Adam was created, he started eating. So for as long as we believe that Adam is the first human being, then agriculture also existed the day Adam existed, because we never read it in any of the books, in the Bible or in the Quran, that Adam was fasting from day one. At least we know that somehow we started wearing clothes on earth because somebody ate something. I wish there's no food, perhaps I won't be wearing suits today. Maybe, as God creates me, that's how I'll be seated here today. So please, let's do that. So let's move ahead. Mr. Lawrence Oba, I can never forget your name. That's my dad's name. You, as someone who has worked in a large-scale environment, Obasanjo Farms, we all know Obasanjo Farms today. Can you tell us the journey from production to when it gets to the market? Once you're done with production successfully, 50 tons per hectare, 100 tons, whatever you achieve, Okay. Poultry, 5 million birds, whatever. As soon as they leave your farm gate to the market, can you take us the journey? Is there a leakage somewhere in the value chain? Do you ever get to experience leakages between your farm gate and the market? And can you also please assign like a percentage of what this leakage looks like if there is a leakage?
Okay. Definitely there are several leakages. And thank you very much for highlighting that point at this stage of the discussion. From the point of production, quite a number of leakages can happen even at the point of production. But let's take it that, okay, we finished producing. I'll take it from the perspective of a livestock person, because for me, my own type of farming is livestock farming. The crop activities I do, very minimal from my own perspective. But the moment production is done, I'll take poultry where I specialize as a key focus now. The birds are ready and they are to go out of the farm. Broilers would typically need to be processed. Now, if you're a farmer and you are not doing any sort of value addition after production, the leakage starts from the gate. Because most of those who are going to consume your final products in the end will likely not like the stress of having to be the ones to slaughter the birds, to clean it up, to cut it. Now you have to get a middleman or a processor who is coming to buy from you. You will never be able to sell at the full value price that you should have gotten if you were going to do that value addition yourself. That first leakage starts there. So the pricing template for you is not going to be the same. You are basically creating profit for somebody else. You have worked. Someone else is going to take much more of the profit. But let's even say you are going to do the value addition yourself and you have to transport those birds from your farm to the processing plant. God bless you if your processing plant is not sited close to you. You now depend on the factors of roads, dubious drivers. If you don't have that at all, you have the part where at the point of transportation, there's weight loss. If you are the type who is into layers and it's eggs that you're going to be selling out, from the moment it leaves your gate, the road system we have gives you a very dangerous sojourn, whereby potholes here and there, you begin to have increase in level of cracks before it gets to the final point of sale or the final consumer. So those leakages come and affect the final pricing that you are able to give. Another point, I must state that it might not be quantifiable in percentages today, but they are very significant. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is it possible that, looking at the size of your farm,
okay,
is it possible that you've had to solve some of these problems yourselves, which naturally, ideally, should have been solved by the market or by the state or by the government and all of that? Have you had to solve any, and what does that cost you? Have you had to solve a cold chain problem, a transportation problem, a storage problem, even market access problem that naturally should have been solved by the market or by the state? Have you had to solve that by yourself, and is that in any way affecting your bottom line?
Honestly, for us to exist in the business today profitably, we've basically had to solve all of those problems. So any farmer who is out there operating at the scale at which Obasanjo Farms does today, you are going to have to produce logistics for all of your goods. Sometimes we even have to produce logistics for the raw materials we use in producing. So after production, we're producing and processing. We then have to create room for us to have vehicles that will take tonnage of our goods all the way from whichever corner of the nation we're produced in. We have sites across the southwest, and we have to sell all across Nigeria. So you see us investing in trucks that would move from Ibadan to as far as Abuja. You see us investing in cold chain trucks anyway, not just ordinary trucks. So you have to see us investing in maintenance of that. You see us investing in putting up structures of cold storages across several cities so that when we are moving from one place interstate, if there's an issue, we have a place where we can quickly put our products to avoid spoilage. We've had to set up processing plants in multiple sites in the country, just so that we can put the processing plants closer to our production areas. And for us to run those things efficiently, we have to provide power for ourselves, because you do not want to run a cold store that cannot boast of 24 hours power supply. Now, to do that in Nigeria today, we see what's happening with the cost of renewable energy, even with the rates that is being released for financing for these guys. We see what's also happening with the cost of diesel. Maybe not the fault of our government in total. If Donald Trump would just stop interfering with the Strait of Hormuz, maybe the prices will be better. But at the end of the day, all of this comes down to affecting the bottom line, one way or the other. If we're not going to pass all of that costs to the final consumer, we have to take some of it. Thank you.
Yeah, interesting. You know, I was just about asking that. Do you absorb this cost as a child of God, or do you pass this cost to the final consumer?
At the end of the day, it's a business. So we do take a significant chunk of that cost, but quite a number of it is then passed to the final consumer in the end. But then it's not all of it that is being passed. It's not all of it that is being passed, which then means that I'm unable to actually consistently make the percentage return on my investment that I wish to make. I'm still exposed.
Interesting. Thank you very much. Mr. Okonla, Mr. Abiodun, are you from Lagos? Interesting. If you're from Lagos, you know Okonla, you must know, at least if you don't know Okonla, you know Okonla Beach. At least Okonla, everybody knows Okonla in Lagos. Please. Yeah. So most of the investment that we hear and see basically goes into, most times, into primary production. We're distributing 1 million bags of fertilizers. We're distributing 500 tractors. We're distributing 1 million inputs. Should we start paying attention to investing in post-harvest? Should we start paying attention into moving into post-production infrastructure? Because again, today, about 45% of the produce today still gets lost in post-harvest. So if we keep producing, and 45% of them still don't get into the plate, but we still keep channeling investment there, isn't it time we start looking into investing into post-harvest infrastructures, cold chain, roads, storage, aggregation, perhaps even price control? What's your thought on this?
Well, you've asked a very powerful question, and I'll try and give you powerful answers. So I think the first, okay, let me just answer, yes, 100%. But you see, where the problem lies is that we seldom take a system approach to solving problems in the country. All right? So, because more often than not, especially the agencies of government, and I'm going to be frank with you, everybody seems to like to defend his or her domain. So the synergy, right, that should happen is not happening. That's one. Then for the private sector, there's something in market failure called externalities, right? So if I want to invest in something and I cannot be sure that that investment will only benefit me, I will not do it. You understand? So that's what we call in economics having goods that are non-rival and non-excludable. For instance, if you invest in purifying this air, you cannot contain the benefit. So you might not want to do it. And which is why those things are best for government to do. So they do it as what we call public goods, right? Now, so that's where I feel like, while I believe that public-private partnership will solve the problem, but there are some fundamentals that the government needs to do. One of them, I'll tell you, is to take a food system approach to solving these market failures in the agribusiness sector. And just because he said it, my specialization in school was also animal science. And when I was doing some work at the CBN, I was the poultry champion. Most people don't know that we're the largest egg producer in Africa. We do up to 7 billion eggs annually. We have over 150 million birds. But are we the most efficient? Nah. During COVID, I buried eggs on my farm. I buried eggs. You know why? The chickens will continue to lay. Right? You will continue to feed them. Yeah. Because the cost of not feeding them exceeds even the cost of burying the daily eggs. So when we start giving people eggs and we didn't see, we start burying them. Because I want to keep the chickens alive in the hope that when COVID goes, I'll still be able to sell. So what did we do? We started something called egg powder production plants. And where is Toyosi? I remember then we were having this strong conversation with Baba at Abeokuta because he wanted to set up one. Because he saw the pain. And what does this tell you? That where food is being produced to where it is being consumed, the distance is too long. And that's what in Agric we call food miles, right? So food miles need to be shortened. And that's why I said it's a system approach. So we optimize it in such a way that where are the people eating this particular commodity? Where are the people producing it? Where are the processors? So that we make sure that the distance is the least possible it can be. You're going to save cost on transportation. You're going to save cost on even labor. You understand? So it is not a silo thing. Everyone that has a role to play in the food system would come. Also, we need to look at what is the nutritional requirement of the country. Let's even start from that. We don't eat food for the sake of food, right? Food is meant for nutrition. Well, some people like to eat food for the sake of food. I know. Well, those are few. Those ones we call foodies. They are hungry, they are not hungry, they want to eat. So if you know in the country the amount of carbohydrates you need, the amount of protein you need, where are they? What do children need? It's easier to plan. And it's not impossible. It's just to map out where should this one be going, this one, and then cite the farms where they are supplying. Another problem, we have unutilized capacity. In poultry production, we were doing a project. I have an NGO that does something like that. And we wanted to do something called Maximized Poultry Infrastructure Revival Project. You know what is that? In the Southwest alone, poultry infrastructure that are totally abandoned, they are up to 12 million birds capacity. And then someone, like one of my young people, will now go to my friend in Union Bank and says, I want to do poultry. I want to build another pen. I want to dig another borehole. Doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. That's why I said system approach. So let's say we know where the poultry that are not working are. Map the new guys to this. Pay rent to the owner. If you're getting value, I am getting value, then there's no problem. Do you understand? You're a farmer. So those are the issues. Somewhere you see, I went to somewhere in, I don't know, if you travel from Songota, and then you're going towards Atonta after Covenant University, and then you take a turn to the left. I see you want to go and join the road that goes to Cotonou. I'm sure you've gone there. Do you realize that NAFDAC built cassava processing plants for communities and it was abandoned? I'm telling you, painted fully. And when I went there, they said there are about 10, 15 here across the country doing nothing. Forgotten. I saw 3 security guys there doing nothing. That's where you have that guy, those Indian guys doing ethanol. That's axis. So the problem for me, number one, is not even production. We are producing enough. But it's like the body. They say you have a circulation problem with your blood. They said the problem is that they should give you more blood. Meanwhile, the problem is that your veins are clogged. So what do you think that if we give you more blood, what do you think would happen? The veins will rupture and the person will die. Pipelines leaking. You said the solution is give them more oil. How? So plug the leaks and then see whether it is enough. So our problem is distribution. From storage to reducing food miles to ensuring that we are siting farms to where it is being consumed. Because in Nigeria, there's no regulation. Somebody will come to a community where people are supposed to be living. They'll start rearing goats. Somebody will do a place dedicated for farms. They will build restaurants. So for me, and I'll be honest with you, we've all gone abroad. Go to the EU, they have the EU Common Agricultural Policy. The EU government will tell you as a farmer, you have 1,000 hectares. This year, you are only going to cultivate 200 to keep prices well. And the benefits of the remaining 800 hectares, what do? They'll give it to you. Because they want the farmers to be happy. So I'm just going to stop there because for me, we shouldn't solve this problem in silos. We need to come together, have a national agricultural planning conference. Bring everybody that is somebody, the fertilizer producer, the processor, everybody, the young people. Even in the universities, I go to OAU to talk to the young people as, and I tell them, look, you cannot compete in this value chain the way things are. You must find a niche. A niche. It doesn't have to be big. A small niche. We know a young woman say, I won't do ofada processing. I will cook the ofada and go to the offices and package it, and she was making her money. I know another one, she said, I will not stress myself with growing tiger nuts. How many people do you know making money from tiger nut processing? I'm sure you know. So for young people, don't think that the bigger is always more profitable. Sometimes niche markets are the best. I'll now end with this. There's a very little known concept in trade called geographic indications. Right? What does that say? That there are some products whose quality is linked to specific locations. Ofada rice, dodo ikire. There's another one in the east. There's this pepper, oku pepper. If you use that pepper to cook, and you cannot grow it anywhere else in the country but in that soil, in that place. Now, what does that give that community? Oh, the popular one, Gari Jebu. So you find that's a niche market. Do you know that Champagne, right, is a place in France? I'm sure you know. And there was a time that the US started producing champagne. And France went to the WTO to raise a problem that they cannot. Because that name Champagne is trademarked for that community. That only the soil and the processing technology can only give them champagne. And what happened? They won. So champagne is only produced in that place. And with that, they can get up to 30%, 40% premium pricing on that product. So think, look at Cano leather. They are taking Cano leather somewhere and packaging it as Italian leather. And in this country, there are plenty products like that. And finally, link research to industry problems. Many of you did research. Hacks, your project in the university, where are they? No, ask me, where are they? Gathering dust. Meanwhile, the industry is having serious problems. Your research is not speaking to problems. A massive disconnect already. I'm going to stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. There's a follow-up question, but my spirit is still telling me if I should ask now or go to the next panelist, so that it doesn't look like as if we only came to listen to you. But I'll still ask anyways. And a rejoinder response from Union Bank. Cold chain is capital intensive. Do you agree? I mean, you've set up cold chain for your poultry and all of that.
Yes, it is.
It's very capital intensive with a long payback period. Like you can hardly calculate and say, if I invest 10 million in cold chain in 2 years' time, if I say this X, I will have gotten my 10 million back and all of that. What needs to be done? What kind of a capital structure or structuring can we put in place to support? We've identified the challenge. You've buried eggs, you've buried poultry. You can have a poultry of 1 million poultry bed in Maiduguri, and your market is in Lagos. You need to move it from Maiduguri to Lagos. You need cold chain. Now, what kind of financing structure would help bridge this challenge? Because again, back to the crux of the summit, we want to profile workable, practicable recommendations. Again, memo will be sent to government, to stakeholders, to private sector, and say, look, the challenges is what we have identified. We know. We cannot overflow challenges. We all know. What can we do? Now we have brought experts, panelists here to now say, look, we have these challenges. What exactly can we do in practical terms, right, to solve this? Now, for cold chain, what kind of financing structure would help, bridge this gap and reduce these losses that our farmers and manufacturers really go through in agriculture?
It's simple, blended finance.
Sorry?
They call it blended finance.
Blended finance,
and I'm
okay.
sure, you see he's already nodding his head. So normally, there's something called traditional finance, where everybody just keeps going to the banks, the commercial banks. But like I said, they are constrained by the fact that the money they have is somebody's deposit. So they have to make something on it. The MPR rate is at this level because we're taming inflation. But what blended finance does for you is to bring together different capital providers with different value. Repayment and profit is what matters to them. So if you bring them in for a long project where revenues are not coming in at the beginning, it will not work. So you come up with somebody like maybe GIZ or GCF that will give you a grant. You come up with maybe another organization that will do the technical assistance for you. They will not cost it. So all your, business, kinikon analysis, they will do that for you, free of charge, right? Then you sometimes can projectize it if it is new. What that means is that you take it away by doing what they call a special purpose vehicle. So you are not needing what they call historical financials because they will always ask for. So by the time the project starts making money, you can now go and collect commercial loan. But even at that, because commercial rates are high, you now go to the guy who came from guarantee and do what they call interest drawback so that your interest is reduced instead of the market rate. And then if you're lucky enough to be able to pack in what they call climate value. If the project is climate adaptive, for instance, you go to organizations like Green Climate Fund and you mobilize funding that will even take care of you. And cold chain is definitely one of that. You know that if a trailer of tomatoes spoils now, right, is going to, when it degenerates, you're going to have methane. Methane is a greenhouse gas, and we don't want it. It's even more potent than carbon dioxide. All right? So if you're able to cost that, the carbon credit that you're going to save, go to Green Climate Fund. And in Nigeria, Development Bank of Nigeria is an accredited entity. So you go through them and get this money. So blended finance, everybody comes, pitch something, and you give everybody what constitutes value to them. They repay my money, I make profit. Technical assistance, result-based to their funder. Grants, this is what we expect you to do. Oh, maybe they will tell you that we want you to include women and youth. Impact fund and all that. So that's the only way. But before you do that, my friend from Lagos, we must do that system mapping. So that we will know that the best cold chain for tomato should be in this location. The best for eggs should be in this location. It will tell you something that a lot of poultry farmers will not tell you. Who among you has been to Ibadan? Show of hands. You know Ibadan is like the hub for day-old chicks in Southwest. On a good day, if you go around Zatek, you see people with what? Day-old chicks on their head. Day-old chicks on Okada. Day-old chicks in wheelbarrows. That's what you're taking to your farm, and you've already stressed the hell out of them. Most time when you take those day-old chicks to your farm, your mortality is already high. Because they are day-old chicks. It's just like to take a newborn baby and you put him on an Okada and you say you are going to Mushin from Ibadan. Somebody that just came from the womb. So, but the other part now is, will the market accept quality? Can the market accept quality? If we bring the right kind of vehicle that is supposed to transport day-old chicks, can the farmers pay for it? Do you understand? So I keep saying system. So maybe that's where the government of Ibadan will now come and say, okay, for farmers, every time you're buying your chicken, I'll put this here and subsidize it and we'll deliver it to your farm. But if not, if I pay for the regular coaching for day-old chicks, by the time I add it to feed cost, which is like 60 to 75%, and then the challenge of the outgrower that will come and take my chickens and will deliberately starve them so that by the time they get to the factory, their weight has reduced. Do you know they do that? They will keep your birds on the road so that everything they've eaten, they will shit it out. So when they weigh them in the factory, chicken that left your farm at 2.3, it go down reach 1.9. And because they are paying you what? Per kilogram.
Per kilogram.
So the matter pass as you see, Amo.
Interesting. Thank you very much. We'll be running up very soon. Nancy, aggregation or aggregators have been seen basically as a fix to smallholder farmers' logistics. How exactly does this model play out commercially? Is aggregation model, do we have successful or success stories or use case from aggregator model? And have we also seen aggregators model also failed? You're an aggregator. What exactly has been the success stories and what exactly also makes aggregator model fail?
There's been lots of success stories, and we've had a couple of forward contracts with off-takers. Now, the market works towards the demand. Where you have locked-in demand, you can walk back the journey to the farmer to say, oh, you can produce this quantity, we're going to off-take. And essentially, it helps, gives the farmer like a leverage, and they can actually bargain, and then it works for them. Now, what we have currently is we have very, very fragmented structures where, you know, the off-takers are not willing anymore to give off-take agreements. You have to walk through and come to their farm gates. They will tell you what they want to buy. So when you, as an aggregator, you don't have that guarantee, there's that concern around how do I price the farmers or what do I discuss with the farmers? And then it just kind of makes the whole process very, very inefficient. And because of the fragmented nature of the market, you find out that farmers can't also project production. They are now having to move with the flow, and then it impacts the food security situation in the country, and invariably aggregators too struggle in the market. So essentially what we have currently is, yes, success stories eminent, because I've told you that when we were able to lock up huge volume of orders, we were able to kind of enable the value chain move forward. And the only way the aggregation model works is if it's kind of, there's shared prosperity for everyone. Yes, the suppliers, the farmers, even the buyers get to benefit from the value chain. But because now we have scenarios where information is very, very silo, Some people are responding to Strait of Hormuz information. Others are responding to maybe fuel price increases. Everybody is just working haphazardly. So the very nature of the market now makes it very, very difficult for the aggregator to survive. The farmer too is not able to predict his or her costs. So everything just works to everybody's disadvantage. So just like he had mentioned earlier, that if we can collaborate and work together, it's going to help not just the buyers, it's going to also help the farmers, plan their production, plan their costing, because if they have locked-in price, then certainly they can work back their numbers, you get. So essentially, we've had scenarios where the aggregation process also struggles in the fact that you can weigh a truck that is 30 metric ton worth, and like you mentioned, before it gets to Ibadan, a ton is gone. Follow the wind, and you try to talk to the logistics guy, he tells you the truck was sealed, So there are calibration issues that also affect the market, because you tell you, the weight at pickup is 30, but then it arrives at 29. That's a silent cost you have to bear. So essentially, aggregation is possible and can be an enabler, but also it depends on how the market is structured to enable efficiency. Right. Essentially, if we have the digitally enabled aggregation hubs that are backed and people can see where the data is moving, they can make informed decisions with data. They can essentially help not just the aggregation model, but also the whole food security and also the whole value chain work better. We've had scenarios where you see the farmers, they would calculate the cost of the inputs, and they'll be like, no, I'm not going to do maize because the cost of inputs for maize is the same, the cost for soybean. So what incentive do I have? And also maybe because of government policies that, it's in and out. Today, they enable production. Tomorrow, there's the imports. Also, the farmer is having to go through a lot, and that kind of affects the market. So if data is transparent, if policy is also how do I put it? If the policymakers also analyze the microeconomic units when making the decisions, there's a higher chance that when the decisions are made, all of the, how do I put it, the risk elements would have been projected for and would have been planned for very well. And then aggregation would now be an enabler to both the supplier and as well to the buyer, because for a buyer, you don't have to go through multiple locations. You can leverage on the digitalized warehouse networks and build. And I've seen this work over time. We've aggregated. Where I worked over the past 10 years, we've seen it work, and it's something that can be replicated and built upon. Yeah.
Interesting. Thank you very much. Lastly, Mr. Laurent Toba. If Mr. Okunla fixes financing, Nancy fixes aggregation, the government fixes the road, you have cold chain sorted, what will change for Obasanjo farms? Are we going to see reflection in the pricing? Are you going to access more markets? Are you going to produce more? What exactly will change if all of the input from the panelists say, look, this is the challenges, okay. I'll fix aggregation for you. Yeah. I'll fix financing for you. Government said I'll even give you tax incentive, tax holiday. I'll fix the road and all of that. What would change? Because I ask this question because, look, we can have all of this done, right? At the end of the day, your pricing, instead of for it to even go down, it will even go up more. And that's why Nigeria will say whatever goes up never comes down. Regardless, you see, we keep pumping incentive, subsidies, but the prices still remain almost the same. If this practically right and realistically, if all of these challenges are solved, what will change for Obasanjo farms?
To be sincere with you, everything will change. It lessens the burden on me to provide everything for myself and do everything for myself, right? So I'm less stretched on certain things in the production aspect and even in the marketing aspect. That gives me room to want to scale larger. Now, if I'm building more capacity, expanding my production, I would enjoy economies of scale. My prices would significantly, in cost of production, drop. Now, for me, I make more already as it is. There will be no need for me to now increase the prices that I would sell, because as it is, I'm making more. Now, it's going to be easier for me to also plan. It's going to be easier for me to plan. So everything changes, basically. I can expand my production. I'll definitely get efficiency in what I do. And the end customer would be guaranteed that they can get the product at a cheaper price than they already do today.
Interesting. Thank you very much. One final question for all the panelists. Same question. We have spoken a lot about financing, infrastructure, and all of that. And quite very frankly, that is what we need to solve these challenges if we really want to move the needle. It is in the infrastructure, the cold chain, the roads, the aggregation, the pricing, the market access, and all of that. Practically and realistically, this will solve it. What is the role of technology here? Does technology solve any of these challenges? A yes or a no?
For me, it's a yes.
Nancy?
It's a yes. It helps. Okay. So for me, I think it's a yes because technology, essentially, if well designed, can enable traceability. And once there's traceability and also there's data access, people can make informed decisions and we can plan better. With better planning, we can have better market systems and also we can have food security that will always clamor for. So for me, it's a yes.
Perfect. Mr. Okonga.
Resounding yes. So not only on the granular level, but also on the systemic level. And I think this is where engagement with the ministries of agriculture and livestock is important. You see, I don't know, maybe people don't wonder, why is it that the US will be predicting Nigerian yields of maize? And they will be almost correct. How? Satellites. So in this conversation around food system finance and mapping everything, we need to bring in and I like what they write there, uniting unlikely allies. You need to start thinking, we have a National Space Research Agency. Yeah. You need to bring them into the conversation. Because the satellite that the US is using will go around, is able to map what you're planting. It's able to integrate whether there's going to be rain and be able to tell us whether we're going to have the required yield. And by then, their farmers are able to start planting extra, knowing that they are going to export to Nigeria. You understand? And then we have to now integrate artificial intelligence so that it can start predicting to us, what's going on here. I spent 3 years in Australia. Australia is the driest continent, even though they are surrounded by ocean. Do you know that these guys don't have water? They actually process the urine that we mail and to do their farms. And similar to what they do in Israel, they know exactly how much water each plant requires. And that's what you get. So I'm saying we are blessed, rain-fed agriculture. Maybe it's because we are too blessed. No, sometimes, even individuals, when you have too many skills, you might find it difficult to focus on one. So for me, I think some serious conversations need to be had with the ministries that are, I'm serious, because the private sector is doing a lot. So if you reduce the risks for the private sector, take away information asymmetry, find a way to eliminate what they call adverse selection. You want to give poultry farmers money. You are giving somebody that is doing MC. Because that's what happens, adverse selection. We want to give maize farmers. You go and give bridge builder. Yeah. Young people are in the university studying agric. And you want to train agric students. You went to train music students. And then we must link industry to the academia. I cannot stop Because I have 3 masters. I would do the only masters that made sense was the one I did abroad. Because by the time I was finishing, even in the school, industries were calling me to come and do something for them. So imagine how much money you can even unlock for students if their research is solving a problem for an organization. Because that means the money for your project is going to be funded. There's even an opportunity for you to be retained during your...
To moderate this panel session, I said, oh, God, don't catch some people. I went to start watching Sheon Kimbaloye and Rufai Oseni. And I said, today, I'm going to be the Rufai Oseni. Some of the panelists here, I know them before. They've offended me before. And I said, today, I will drill you. But then there's no time. But I'm sure we've had very insightful and educative panel session. The same way in 1914, Lord Lugard looked at Nigeria and said, you, I join you. You, I join you together. You're Nigeria. In the same way, I'm going to join people to take questions. So this part of my left side of the aisle, and this, I join you. 2 questions. Here and here, I join you. 2 questions. Very briefly, and then we'll wrap up.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, my name is Gabriel Chukwebuka Okafo. My name's. I'm the founder of our Market Day. Listening to you, Mr. Ola, I felt that I should ask this. If you feel what we are doing will be a solution to the problem that you explained earlier, which is we created our Market Day as a platform that allows cooperatives, farmers that are medium to large scale, and then food processors to own a space and sell in bulk directly to bulk buyers. And we didn't stop there because we understood from my experience, I've been in logistics for over 10 years, I understand the need to optimize distribution. And we went further to create it as having what we call farmers market every Saturday. The aim is let's streamline the logistics by letting food processors and these farmers to bring their produce on farmers market on a Saturday and sell directly to the consumers, because we know food is produced in peri-urban but consumed in the urban area. And in order to make that happen very well, that's why we also partner with Ekotutu. So in case what Ekotutu does for you as a farmer, maybe you are far away from the urban area, you can send your produce there and market to that urban area from our platform that allows you to own a space, market, have your own store, your unique store link, and advertise yourself, people buy from you, and then lift it from where you have it stored and deliver to them. And also, if you want to participate in our weekly food sharing for communities and farmers market at various communities we have set up, you can bring your produce there and sell directly. So I hope this helps in some extent. That's a question to you, sir. Thank you.
Well, we said something about having that national agribusiness planning session or workshop or conference. And my belief is that solutions like yours, would be part of the map that will solve the problems. Because you're solving a problem, but we also need to see it from the system level so that you can sit conveniently where your solutions are solved. But I can tell you, in the little way you're starting, you're most definitely solving problems. And thank you for sharing, okay?
Okay, great initiative. I absolutely love it. So what I want to speak to is the fact that you've identified a gap. You need to, in the market, identify the gap in the market. You need to ensure that there's a market in the gap for you. What do you own? What is the need for you? In your effort to provide that solution in the market, are you profitable? Are you scalable? How much of the cost of your infrastructure and even marketing takes off your profit? So as much as you are trying to provide a solution to a problem, you must make sure that there's something for you in the whole, and that is what will determine how long you stay or how sustainable your business is.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mohamed Yusuf Harande. I am an aggregator. I aggregate grains. And my question is, there is a huge, the percentage of post-harvest losses we record is a little bit high if we look at it, very, very significant. So how do we go about bridging this gap by having, what kind of financing structure can we have in place? And what kind of infrastructure do we also have in place to bridge in this gap, having the fact that the percentage of what we lost as post-harvest losses can, at least if it could be mitigated, that number could increase, could add up to what can be utilized as a product.
Okay, so earlier you heard a co-panelist say that when we talk about bridging gaps like this, we need to look at some sort of bridge in the sort of financing we get. Now, for your own case now, as you have highlighted, I believe that at the point of planning your production, there has to be a factor of, this is what I'm producing, this is the quantity that I expect to see, and actually plan how it gets to the market at the most efficient way. Now, you also must have taken in cognizance what percentage of post-harvest losses will be acceptable for you, or generally even for anybody who is going to be interested in financing. That has to be a part of what you are planning at the onset. Now, if you do that efficiently enough, I believe it's something that can be underwritten at the point of making price decisions when you're selling. And if you do it well enough also, it shouldn't be much of an hindrance for whoever is going to finance. Thank you.
In addition to what he mentioned, right, not all problems will be solved by finance, right? Essentially, so you need to kind of map the market. I don't know what products you actually aggregate, but sometimes it might require you doing some work, working backwards to say, oh, where is the problem? Then the shelf life of the commodity in question. Let me say for onion value chain, I know someone who has helped a lot of farmers by off-taking, and also, first of all, she's also having like a solar drying facility where she dries the onions into onion flakes, and all you just need to do is to pour it into your meal. It's the same onion with the same or even better nutritional elements. So you need to map out the value chain and identify one, maybe it could be financial solutions, but sometimes it might be maybe having to share educational insights and guiding them on best post-harvest handling methodology. And also it might be you working or partnering with someone to create a consortium that helps you to maybe, or the person is into logistics. When you pick up from me, this is what you do. And, you know, like someone said earlier, we need to have a way to map the expected time of arrival of some of the commodities. What are the seasonalities that could affect the shipment and all of that. So all of this goes into the whole process. It's not just one solution that helps solve the whole problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. The final
Just one
question.
more Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Belumi John, and I work for Hello Tractor. Nice conversation, actually. And my question will be directed to AgriAC. It's around wastes. Why are we transporting waste? I will give a background story. While I was in school, I also finished from Obafemi Awolowo University. I studied agriculture, and during my fourth year internship, it's a 1-year program, and I harvested my vegetable and my maize. I needed to sell them, but unfortunately, the boss that is supposed to convey it for us disappointed us. We lost about 90% of our value of the money we invested as students
that made me hate agriculture a little bit. And luckily for me, my first career job in agriculture was also with a cassava farm. And you know how perishable cassava could be. And I was in charge of a 740-hectare farm, which we cultivated in a year. And after that, I noticed that when we send the cassava, the waste they get from the factory is like 75% of the cassava we send. And it became a worry for me that, why are we transporting waste? I would send 30-ton cassava. At the end of the day, they only need 7.5 tons of that cassava to maybe produce HQCF or cassava starch. The rest will go into waste. So why are we transporting so much waste? Secondly, I think this will also be relatable because if you look at the maize, the likes of Cadbury, Nestle, they don't use the whole maize. All they use is the maize grits. And that's like 40-50% of the whole maize itself. However, we would take 2 trucks of maize from Kano to Ogun State to go and process and just get 40%. Now, to reduce the logistics problem, my question to AgriAC is, do we currently have models that work around helping farmers to, not even farmers now, where we get this produce at the community level, remove the waste, they send the useful parts for final processing. Because I think this conversation is focusing on how logistics is also causing the crisis for food security. And if you look at cassava, one thing we now did at that time was to now change who we are selling our cassava to. We had to choose a factory in Kolokoja called Unicane. They take either wet or dry cassava. Then we process our cassava into chips. By so doing, we remove about 90% of the water content and we're able to transport just dry cassava. So from the look of things, I want to confirm because at Hello Tractor, we're also working on a model. Most of our farmers this year, they did not farm. They were complaining about loss that they had last year and they said they lost so much money. I'm not sure it's just Hello Tractor farmers alone. And one thing we're now looking at is the little that farmed this year, we also want to help them guide what they have farmed. Number one, we don't want them to sell when the price is very low, when the aggregators are in the market, and we don't also want them to lose it to post-harvest or any other thing. So do we have models that work around processing and managing these wastes at the moment? Thank you.
Okay, that's a very, very vital question. I remember when I was way younger, I'm from Benue State, and we have a lot of palm fruits. And going to the village, you see everywhere, there's litter of the kernels and all of that. But today, the story is different. People have discovered uses for that, and now palm kernel is almost like a zero waste product. So, of course, society is evolving. I was at a conference a few weeks ago at the State House, and we're discussing about cocoa. And the discussion is around value addition, right? How do we add value instead of transporting half of the things that are not needed all the way across the globe, and then we get little economic return because we essentially transported waste. So there are international discussions, local discussions that actually pushes people to add value and even reduce the waste. But in between, there are people who have specialty in breaking the process. You've received soybean, for example, and it's a grade 1, checked, approved. Someone will introduce sand as a way of doing malpractice and increasing the weight. So there's a lot of education that's been put in place, and of course we're encouraging farmers to do value addition and all of that, and it's a journey. The model has started with the international crops. I'm sure that it will be scaled down. But has the work been done around educating farmers on cleaning their products into premium grades and all of that? Yes, the work is being done, but then I'm sure it's from one value chain to the other, you know, the different products and all. And recently, I'm sure you've heard about the shea butter. You can't export the nuts anymore. You have to process it to a particular level. So I think we're taking steps in the right direction, and I'm sure that all of this will become a thing of the past. So, yeah.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Nancy.
Okay, just in addition to what she has said, I think at the point of production, you should also look at making sure that the entire value chain is checked for what can this waste be used for. And we pick the best sites, the best location to do that value addition. For instance, you made mention of cassava peels. You know, if that is dried, it becomes feed material for ruminants, right? So we want to pick a location where value addition can be done in such a way that those wastes have value that can immediately be tapped into. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, before we've come to the end of the panel session. Thank you very much. But please, before we go, we are live on our social media, AgriConnect. We're on Instagram, we're on Facebook, we're on LinkedIn. Please connect with us. We are very active. We share information. And it will interest you that we have, I don't know if I'm to break that here. Yes, we have an expanded Agri Summit in October in Lagos. And that is where we have, like I said, it's expanded. It is just not a panel session. We have training sessions. We have hackathon sessions. We have dignitaries. We would have more expanded panelists than this there. And we'll have more audience, right? This is a teleguided audience that we have. And that's why you see the space is quite small, because we do not want an overcrowded audience. Again, this summit is not just another summit. It is a summit that is going to provide a workable document that we will be presenting to relevant stakeholders, we'll be presenting to government, we'll be presenting to investors, we'll be presenting to private sector. So please, you can start making plans for October to attend in Lagos. And I can assure you, I was there last year, and I can tell you that this year promises to even be bigger than last year. Obasanjo himself, please pardon me, President Obasanjo himself was there last year. And so a summit that had a former president attending is not a small summit. And you can only imagine the number of dignitaries and personalities that will come with the personality of a former president to the summit. Please, if you can, make plans to attend in Lagos in October or in July. August, September, October, 3 months salary. You can start, say, look at my 3 months salary, I'll take out 30% each month, and then I can afford my flight or by road to go to Lagos and attend. And you'll be super surprised at the amount of network value that you will get. There's a reason why I asked what we studied. We never studied agriculture, but we're doing work here. Agriculture is big, and you've heard the term value chain, value chain, value chain. From production up to when it gets to the plate, there's every step before it gets to your plate. A tomato you see today, there's a tomato puree, there's branding, there's marketing, there's transportation, there's storage, there's processing, there's air fryer, there's a tomato powder. There's a lot before it gets to the plate that you can actually participate in. So you don't have to own a farm before you even participate in agribusiness. Just packaging and branding, sourcing, aggregating, off-taking, whatever. I mean, that man there, it has a technology that is connecting buyer and seller. You know how to code. You know it's a lot. So you don't have to study primarily for you to participate in the value chain. So please follow us on Instagram, on Facebook, on LinkedIn, AgriConnect, and you'll get more information as we continue to go. The recording is also live. It's also recorded. You'll also get the recording on live to access. Pictures, gallery, and all of that also. Some of you seated in the audience might just find out your best picture for this year have been taken at this event. So please look out for the gallery also online. I discovered that some of your pictures will be there that you would love. Please connect with us. I'll be happy to connect with you too. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to our final panelist. In rounding up, and I just want to say thank you for everyone that's waited till the end of this program. We hope you enjoyed the dialogue that we have been discussing since this morning. So to close us out, we're going to call Mr. Akintunde Akinwande, head of the digital market at OCP Africa. He's just going to tie everything together. Please give a round of applause as he comes on stage. And once it's done, my partner, Dr. Toyosi, will give the vote of thanks, and then we'll wrap it up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's been a wonderful event. I'm sure we've all enjoyed our time here. There's one thing Dr. Toyosi always says with the AgriConnect, that it's not just the event. It's about connecting people. The event is just the beginning. The event only allows us to see each other. The event allows us to talk with one another. I mean, I like when Biodu was talking about large-scale data collection. And this is something people are already doing. So it would be nice to connect with such and have that discussion. I mean, AgriConnect says we're growing Africa's food future together. We connect people, ideas, capital, and innovation. And we've seen all four at play today. There have been people talking, there have been ideas being shared, there's been a lot around finance, and there's been a lot around innovation. And what we've done today in 4 critical sessions are to look at key things. One, the guns to grain equation. How do we replace the issue of security, and guns, with people being able to feed each other? We've also talked about data as the new fertilizer. How would we use data to make meaningful decisions? How can government make better decisions with data and not some of the theories that we have at the back of our heads? Thirdly, how do we finance the farmer and not just the farm? It's not enough that the farm is the security of financing. Can the farmer himself become some level of security? Can we begin to do cross-guaranteeing such that, like Union Bank said, we bring farmers together in a group, and it's not just about the land parcels they have, but the farmers themselves become some level of security. And finally, the last session did a fantastic work in saying, once we leave the farm gate, what next? So beyond the farm gate, can we think about creative ideas? It's still sad that we talk about wastages in Nigeria when food is not enough. I said something earlier on, with the people outside, that food security is about what do we produce, what do we consume, and then what is the deficit? Between the deficit, we'll talk about import and export. But the 2 critical numbers we need to ask ourselves, how much of this are we producing? How much of this are we consuming? And that's what helps us plan. So if we don't have that data and we cannot plan around it, then that's a problem. It's interesting to note that even in fertilizer production, 30% of your cost is logistics. So imagine if I can ease out logistics and do it better, I can save the farmer of 30% of that cost to a great extent. So I want to say thank you to everybody. What I just needed to do here was to do a recap so that we're sure that everybody has benefited something. And I'm sure at the end of this program, we can also connect with one another, share ideas, and we'll be able to do something better. Thank you.
I'm here again to give the vote of thanks. And I think I just want to thank everyone first that is still here. There are faces I can see that have been here since 9 o'clock and have stayed till the end. I hope you found this as illuminating and as insightful as a lot of us have. Thank you for staying. Thank you for your patience. I also want to particularly thank our speakers. They have come from far and wide, from people that some of our speakers are based here in Abuja. Some people have come from Alomacha. Some people have come from Rivers all the way to be here. And I'm humbled and so grateful that we have you as part of our community. There were some of them that we had to call, a little last minute, and they still showed up. So thank you. We are grateful for you, all of you being part of AgriConnect. And a lot has been said all through that AgriConnect is not just about the event. We started 2024, and sometimes it's hard to imagine that we only started 2 or 3 years ago, and this is now, the third year where we're now doing multi-cities. I said before that what started as an event has now built into a community, an active community with members. It has now turned into a training session where we have an actual training program. We have given actual grants, money to fund startups. And now we're going into a place where we're building bigger fund so we can not only fund startups, but businesses in need of large capital. So there's a lot, and all of this has come from all of the advice and feedback that we've gotten from all of you. So thank you for being part of us. Thank you for those of you who have been with us since 2024, believed in us before we even knew what we were doing. I'm so, so, so grateful. We do not take it for granted at all. Like Mr. Abdul said, please connect with us. We are on social media, we are online, we will be sending emails, but there's also a feedback form if you have the time, whether now or later, and we'll make it available on our website as well and to your emails. This feedback form is to help us do better. So we noticed there were some panels that people were really engaged with. In fact, all of them. But what are the things you really like? What are the things that you want us to talk more about? And then you notice that MTN gave a presentation. MTN is one of the few partners or potential partners that we are working with to see what kind of tools, what are the access, what kind of things we can do to make agriculture, agripreneurs, what kind of things can be made available to them to make their work easier, more efficient, better yield, better capital access, better returns. But we need that feedback from you. So once again, I want to say thank you. I want to say Father has been an inspiration and a mentor. And as soon as we started this, he lent his weight, his support, and everything that we needed to do to get this to here. And as we've continued to go forward, he has always been a pillar of support, especially with young people in agriculture. Anything that they need to see, to talk, or to do, he's ready to do. The only reason he could not even be here today is because he really could not be. That video, he landed, I think, Akwa Ibom last night, shot it last night. He wanted to make sure that he gives that speech because this is so important to him. Young people in agriculture is so important to him. So, again, so that I'm not disowned, let's all thank Chief Olusegun Obasanjo for everything they've done. Thank you.